specialist with UNICEF Regional Office for Middle East and North Africa. And I'm honored to be in this session today, the first session after the opening plenary, which was very, very inspiring, and I think it's going to help us in this session as well, as the tone has already been set. So, as you may know, this is a session that is focused on early childhood dialogue, educational and developmental pathways for a stronger future. This is a session which is led by UNICEF in cooperation with Human Capability Initiative, a partner with whom we have actually jointly prepared the session, and we believe that it's going to be also interesting in terms of shedding some light with a focus on exploring the critical role early childhood education has in shaping lifelong learning, societal, economic progress, but most importantly, social impact. And it's not a coincidence that UNICEF is leading this session, because UNICEF is one of the thought leaders in the area of early childhood, and we think that we are in a good position to bring together all partners to discuss on this important topic that this session is meant for today. So let me first introduce my dear esteemed panelists for you today. So with me here today is our Honorable Her Excellency Deputy Minister of Basic Education of South Africa, Dr. Regina Maule. Welcome.
Thank you.
We have also Dr. Christian Morabito, who is international expert on early childhood care and education. We have Professor Suha Al-Hassan. She is Early Childhood Development Advisor with the Abu Dhabi Early Childhood Authority of United Arab Emirates. Dr. Naziha Koya, who's the Senior Manager of Early Years Curriculum from Riyadh Schools Group of Saudi Arabia. Dr. Bart Ward, he's the CEO of LAMSA from United Arab Emirates. And last but not least at all, we have Dr. Reem Al-Frayan, who comes from the Center of Excellence as a General Manager at Mahiba, right? So with all these honorable members, just let me give you a few key facts that I want to just share with you for us to keep in mind when we discuss about why early childhood matters for human capacity development. So just few facts. I think it's not unknown to all of us that child's brain, by age of 5, 90% of child's brain develops by age of 5. So what does it mean? It means that that's the window of opportunity where we need to invest, when we need to put our efforts, when we need support to support child development, not only for learning, but for the overall progress that a child can bring and the society in general. And yet, we have less than 50% overall, globally, of children of preschool age who don't get any support. And that's why maybe it's not a surprise to know that globally, even in this region, it's only 50% of children are able, of age 10, are able to read and understand a simple text, which means that the learning outcomes, we are failing to provide learning outcomes that every child needs to be able to succeed in education, but also in life. So, with that in mind, I really want to acknowledge And I think we all agree that early childhood education is important because we know by fact and we know from evidence that if children go through quality early childhood education, they will definitely succeed in their learning outcomes, and they will, like 47% of those who have attended any form of early childhood education, 47% of those are successful in completing high school, and 25% of those who complete quality education have chances to earn more as adults. So with just few facts to set a tone, I want to just invite our honorable panelist and Her Excellency Deputy Minister Dr. Maule to give an opening statement and to hear from her what South Africa and how South Africa has really prioritized early education and why, and what is really important for the country that is worth also for everybody else. So, Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Afedita, and greetings to the esteemed panelists and the members that are here today. Let me start by appreciating this valuable opportunity to offer some reflections on the South African experience in early childhood care and education. This dialogue comes at a crucial moment for South Africa as its capacity of the chair of G20. So, and we appreciate that this country in particular is a member of G20, and we're looking forward to hosting them. So as South Africa, we have identified the theme for the G20, quality foundational learning, as a priority for the G20 working group, education working group, with a view to continue with the efforts towards building strong foundations on which countries can better strengthen human and economic capabilities. In South Africa, education is at the heart of the national development agenda. And we are a new democracy that is only 31 years old, but we are moving forward. So since the advent of the democracy in 1994, South Africa has, through its constitution, asserted the right to education from grade 1 to grade 9, which is a compulsory and free education. But we didn't stop there. We take it up until the last grade, which is grade 12, as not compulsory but free education and beyond. Higher education is also compulsory. So the country also spearheads holistic protection of the children's right through the South African Children's Act. To date, our basic education system remains burdened with historically inherent inequalities that we continue to address. To mitigate against this, public investment has increasingly taken a strong pro-poor policies. To date, about 75% of the children in all the public schools in South Africa attend no-fee school to redress the backlog that was there. So we also have the school nutrition program that benefits over 9.6 million learners in our schools. So as the country, through these initiatives, South Africa achieved near universal access to basic education in a system which serves about 13 million learners, outside the 7 million of 0 to 4 cohort, which means when we count from 0, it takes us to almost 20 million. So we have about 25,000 schools and 451 teachers. So in 2022, the Minister of Basic Education took over the responsibility of the early childhood development. It was not housed in the Department of Basic Education, it was housed in the Department of Social Development. So now we had to amend the education legislative to allow the 0 to 4 cohort to be within the education system in South Africa, and to allow the pre-grade 1 because it was not enforced by any legislation in South Africa that they must be in schools. We call them grade R in our schools, and also emphasizes the mother tongue-based bilingual education, because mostly they are taught in foreign language, and that's why there's a myth that children in South Africa will read without meaning, because as they arrive at grade 4, they are introduced to an English, yet in the lower grades they are in their mother tongue. So we're improving that they are taught in their mother tongue. So the advent of technology since COVID-19, it taught us that we can do this. We thought it's far, but COVID taught us that it's near, because during that time, when people were at home, we had to teach the children. We couldn't say that because everyone has been locked at home, so children should not be taught. So we moved with speed with technology to teach, even in the remote rural areas, that we must reach out to our learners. So as champions of Foundations for Learning, we have a responsibility to amplify the benefits of the evolution of technology in education, whilst promoting ethical use of artificial intelligence and safeguarding children from the tech dangers, including online bullying and grooming. Through our efforts, we expose learners to innovation in early years. South Africa exposed learners from grade R, which is the reception phase, to grade 9 to coding and robotics. And we piloted this, and now we are ready to full roll it out from 2026, because we piloted in the rural schools in remote rural provinces. So South Africa recognizes that the quality of early learning programs rests on the capacity and capability of the early learning workforce. ECD practitioners are the bedrock on which early learning takes place. This workforce needs to be well supported through an educational training and development pathway. This can only be achieved through strong collaboration with the Ministry of Higher Education as well as higher education institutions, because we are a recipients of their products. They are also a recipient of our product as higher education. Additionally, we continue to collaborate with Ministry of Health and Ministry of Social Development. Health provides screening for learners, and social development will offer the social assistance services to vulnerable children and families, which make them to be ready for schooling at the early level. We are of the view that it's only through intergovernmental and intersectoral collaboration that holistic package on early human development and capability investment can succeed. According to our African adage, we say it takes a village to raise a child. That's why we work even with private sector. All of us work collaboratively. So the early years are a vital time in children's life, and through cognitive, physical, social, ethical, and emotional. As you correctly put it, that at the age of 5, 90% of the brain of the child is ready. So that's why we work together as all the departments, including Home Affairs, because they are the one that register the child, and all these other departments. And even the president has appointed an interministerial committee of 7 departments that work at the early stages of the child, from 0 to 5, that must work together to support the growth of the child. So research also shows that the children that are exposed to early learning succeed in schools. They have successful career lives leading to employability and economic participation. There's no doubt that the earlier we start, the better the chances of successful human capability development. So our former president, Ubaba Nelson Mandela, once said, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world, and we stick to that. That's why we have an NDP 2030 agenda to take education forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. This is exactly what we wanted to actually shed light about different aspects, how early childhood education can drive forward the society, but also the economy. And for the overall social and economical impact, I do have a question for Dr. Christian. Dr. Christian has more than 20 years of experience working with international organizations, with the World Bank, with UN agencies. You also have worked closely with European Commission and other European Union's bodies. So we really want to hear from you. If you can summarize for us, what are the biggest social and economical impact of investing in early childhood education? And what are some key ingredients that you would suggest for policymakers to have in mind? Over to you, Dr. Christian.
Thank you. Summarize, that's a good point. So, I mean, we are here today celebrating and promoting capabilities, right? That's our scope. But of course, I mean, I have not said that because everyone is going to say it, and they just said, in order to build your human capability stock for a nation, you have to start early as possible. But what does it mean, capabilities? That's fundamental because, I mean, remember, until the 70s or the 80s, basically, human capabilities was related to basic education. So you have to know how to write, how to read, how to count, was enough. But now that we are living in a very complex world, artificial intelligence going on, connections, is a globalized world, you know, we don't have any longer, you know, distances. Adaptation that is needed. Imagine that the World Economic Forum estimated that 60% of children going to primary school today will be in jobs later that don't exist yet, which means the capability to adapt is crucial. So all these non-traditional cognitive skills are essential to live and grow up in the 21st century. So, and that is what basically is the basis of this Vision 2030 of Saudi Arabia, to build this capability stock. So you have to start early because we know science tells us that all these capabilities start very early, accumulate then, but of course if you have, you know, a gap in the early years, it's difficult to catch up. So now the point is that we know by fact what are the returns in terms of individual returns. So we know that you have less dropout. Dropout is a big issue in the area. You have better educational achievement also when you do vocational training, because we have data on that. So better productivity, better income when you're adult, of course. So you create a vicious cycle because you cut the intergenerational transmission of poverty and disadvantage, because it's very beneficial for children. So these are basically individuals, but when they accumulate, create economic benefits for the country. So we know that Nobel Prize Ekman calculated that if we invest $1 in this policy, you get 7-8 in return, which is, I mean, if I'm a banker, that's a very good investment. But the issue here is that it's in the long run. So I worked, as you said, with ministries, especially with Ministry of Education, and every time we have to go to Ministry of Finance to ask for funding. And if you say, look, yeah, that's going to be $7-8, but in 40 years, it's too long. We need something now. But actually, we know what's going on in a very short terms, so the good impacts. First is social, as you said, and the very first thing is allow parents to work and to have a family life. That's very important socially. Second is that you create jobs. I mean, if you structure well your sector, you can create good jobs for youth especially. I give you just a data. In Italy, there was an increase in a couple of years of 10 percentage points of coverage, and that's created something like 15,000 jobs, good jobs. So Italy is 55-something million, Saudi Arabia is 33, so we are not far. So imagine the possibility of course you need standard to create decent work conditions, so you create employment opportunities. But then you also have an economic effect. And I conclude, so I leave the floor to the others. We did at European Union level a very interesting study because, you know, European Union is a very complex animal. It's not easy to understand if you don't live there. But when you, as a state, you are in the European Union, you're not totally free to decide your budget. So when you decide your budget, you go to Brussels and they have to decide whether it's fine, fiscally speaking. So if you don't spend too much, you don't create too much debt, for instance. So we did a study about the financial impact of investing in early childhood care education, in this case, for children 3 to 4 years old, because, you know, 4 or 5 in Europe is universal coverage. So in a couple of countries, to see if they reach 50% coverage for 2 to 3 years old children, what's going on? Because it's a consistent expenditure, you know, that you're going to put it for creating this. Well, we basically found that in 4 years only, there will be no fiscal burden for the fiscus, meaning that what you exit as a cost, you get
Back.
from the society and the economy as a benefit, and your difference is zero or positive, meaning that it's more convenient to spend and create early childhood care education services that do not spend. I mean, UNICEF did a very good work also in that region on the cost of not spending, you know. So that's something that, you know, tells you the long and the short term social and economic impacts. If you want, after, I will explain you a bit what's the key ingredient, especially financially, that you have to consider to do that properly. Thanks.
Thanks, Dr. Christian. This is very important to hear. The investments are key. But before that, I think we heard from Her Excellency about the workforce, why the workforce, investing in workforce development is key. And I think we are lucky to have Dr. Suha here, Suha Al-Hassan here, who actually comes from academia and who has lots of experience in terms of supporting the ministries and the governmental entities in Abu Dhabi, first of all, and I think is going to scale up in other parts of the Emirates, is how actually they've been working with ministries to support the workforce development on early childhood. So, Dr. Suha, over to you.
Sure. Thank you so much, Fredita, and thank you so much for being here with this esteemed panelist and for being in this amazing conference. Actually, yes, in Abu Dhabi, there is this establishment of Abu Dhabi Early Childhood Authority, which is established in 2019, which considered really a unique, you know, organization that's being not only in the Middle East, also around the world, because it's dedicated to promote the optimal development of children right from the early stages of pregnancy until age 8. So it's early childhood, you know, age. So what Abu Dhabi is like, the Early Childhood Authority is dedicated to looking at those children from like holistic viewpoint, not only of education. Now we know that education is really important, but the question is education only what matters or only the only domain that we need to look at? In reality, no. We need to look at the other aspects of the, you know, promoting the healthy development of children, which at the end of the day, it will come up with the outcomes that Dr. Christian and the Dr. here, the Deputy Prime Minister, talked about. So looking at the different domains like child protection, family support, and health and nutrition, in addition to early childhood care and education. So in Abu Dhabi, we look at all of these different domains. Now, one of the main function of the authority is to look at the workforce, ECD workforce. So we believe that no matter how we invest in all other, you know, domains, the best schools, the best clinics, the best social supports, entities, institutions, equipments, tools, AI, but without really the proper qualified workforce that who can really drive all of this, really we can't accomplish anything. So we are dedicated to have very qualified and ready workforce to work with children and their families. So what we did is that we started with doing some sort of study about the projection of supply and demand. And before that, we identified around 97 different ACD-related positions across the 4 domains, like under ECCE, under child protection, family support, and health and nutrition. So under those different positions, we identify priority positions, come up to 46 positions, and those who have direct contact with the children and their families. So we need really to concentrate on those, professions under these different sectors. Then we did the supply and demand model until 2030. How many we need until then from each of those, professions. So, after we did that, we had our strategy. We developed the human capital, ECD human capital strategy to fulfill these gaps. And we're not only looking at the numbers, we're also looking at the quality and the training, what those professionals really need in order to achieve what we need to do. So we work closely with all the ministries and with all the government entities, private sector, of course, and the third sector, because we need to support all of these ministries. They are doing a great job, but many times they are doing it in solo, each one fragmented, services. So the ECA, Early Childhood Authority, they are, overlooking and supporting and enable those, stakeholders to do their jobs. So we work closely with those, stakeholders, and of course, the higher education is big part of this. The higher education institutions who have those faculty who really teach those will be coming generation to be the workforce in different positions. We also create positions that's related to those needed positions. For example, there are some specializations that's needed and the talents are not there. So we need, meanwhile, we are trying to attract talents to fulfill these positions. But at the same time, we're working closely with universities to create these specializations. And we are keen to do the best, to be aligned with best practices and at the same time aligned to what we're doing at the UAE. And the big part of what we're doing, and I was really glad to hear at the opening session, they were talking about competencies. So what we did is that we created ECD workforce competencies. So what we mean by that is that we defined 27 competencies related to ECD, early childhood education, because many times it's general, competencies. And when it comes to the early childhood or early childhood ages, they need really specific competencies. So these 27 competencies across 7 main domains, right from science of ECD to community engagement to family support up until the culture and values, because you need to instill this in those children. Coming from a certain culture, from a certain place, you need also to make sure that this is part of the competencies that you are instill on those professions. Of course, this will help that we have a common understanding among professionals in ECD, that they are talking the same language. All professionals have same understanding, and we work with those stakeholders across the public and private sector in addition to the higher education institutions to make sure that these competencies are embedded and instilled in their programs, in their standards, in their appraisals, in their whatever you can think of so we can have everybody start speaking the same language when it comes to ECD.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Suha. I think actually that resonates with what UNICEF, the way UNICEF works and supports government, and partners on the ground. We are present in 190 countries, and we do invest a lot on quality early childhood education programs. And when we say quality education programs, we always think about 5 key pillars: planning, budgeting, the curriculum development, implementation. We think about workforce development, family engagement. We invest a lot on parenting programs, and most importantly on quality assurance. So when it comes to quality assurance, I think that I'm really honored to introduce you to Dr. Najiha, who actually comes from covering 44 schools in, how do we call them, Riyadh Schools Group, who actually invest a lot on curriculum and quality assurance. And I really would like to hear your discussion about how the quality, the curriculum framework, and the quality assurance processes happen in your schools.
Thank you so much, Afrodita. It's an honor to be here. Quality in early childhood education is very important across the country and across the world, so we cannot speak of early childhood without quality. And there are several initiatives, whether on teacher training, curriculum, but today I'm speaking to share my experience in creating the quality internal system within a new subsidiary of MISCO Foundation. It's called Riyadh Schools Group, and it was announced just a few months ago, and the purpose is to open up 44 international, national, non-for-profit schools across the kingdom. Now, as part of the academic team, our focus and concern is quality education. And when I joined them as an expert in early childhood, I wanted to make sure that quality internal system and quality education is done in a holistic approach, in a comprehensive way that is not only concerned with or is not done for the sake of compliance, but to ensure that the child is reaching his or her potential. Now, what we did in the beginning was to review the international reports on quality, such as UNICEF, OECD, World Bank. So we did that research. Then we wanted to align with the national guidelines. So we looked at the recently published guidelines by ETIC, which is concerned with quality in early childhood education. And we selected 7 standards that align with our strategy as a company. So for each standard, we also decided which key evidence do we need and what KPIs we want to achieve and what kind of procedure. So the aim was really to make it accessible for the school, a practical tool, evidence-based tool with qualitative and quantitative data collection. So we described the procedure. We give a score and weight for each standard. Let's take, for example, child-teacher interaction and responsiveness as one of the standards that we have. One of the key evidence was that, or is that checking for understanding. So when we go to the school for classroom observations, I want to make sure that the teacher is checking for understandings and not only giving information. So we work together to design a practical evidence-based tool to help the schools to meet, I wouldn't say minimum requirements, but to make sure that education is done in a quality standards that represent the RSG or the Riyadh Schools Group. Now, one of the things that I often hear from teachers is that why do we focus on learning outcomes if we are working with early childhood education or if we are working with young children? And what I say that learning outcomes is the only way to tell us we are engaging actively with the children and not assuming that learning is happening because they are at the school. So in a way, we are looking at the outcomes to help the teachers to actively plan, actively assess, actively also intervene to make sure all children are reaching their full potential. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think all the aspects of quality and what is happening on the ground and what should happen at the level of a child is very important. And I think that we can use now the opportunity to listen more the experience of Dr. Bard, who actually is a founder and the CEO of LAMSA. It's a digital platform that, if I'm not mistaken, supported some 20 million children. Sure. So let's hear about your experience that you would share with all of us in terms of how you have improved outcomes of young children, but teachers and other stakeholders through your platform. Over to you, Dr. Bard.
Professor Sean Koff in Harvard says a child in the first 6 years can create up to 1 million neural connections per second. If we think about that, by the age of 3, we're talking about 1,000 trillion neural connections per second are formed in the beautiful mind of a child. We have spent a couple of minutes now talking about the importance of the teachers, and I completely agree. The teacher's role is so important, and Her Excellency mentioned it takes a village to raise a child. Now, we can train teachers and we can give them the best curriculum, but after working with thousands of teachers, I can tell you that they need a little bit of more help in terms of their daily activities. And I've spoken to some of you separately before, so I won't mention names, but teachers are not necessarily in early childhood education having the highest degrees of like master, finish master education. And we cannot do that. And we have a once in a lifetime opportunity to leapfrog early childhood across the region. Because we have to. It's not by choice. His Excellency mentioned on stage now. Look at Africa, for example. In Nigeria, what M-Pesa did in banking turned the country from 0 to 1 because it was needed. And I believe we have a once-in-a-lifetime chance across the region, and specifically in Saudi, to leapfrog early childhood and become a center of excellence to the world. And that requires empowering teachers. We've mentioned AI a couple of times in this conference so far. AI is important, but I think from our experience with working with over 20 million kids, is that AI is not that important to the kids at that age. In fact, I believe we should avoid giving kids technology at that age and encourage them to play and play more. Because as they say, play is the work of a child. But in order for us to help curate and nurture that development in those early years, with 1 million neural connections forming per second, and me as a teacher having 25 kids around me developing in a public kindergarten, or even more maybe in some countries, how do we expect those poor teachers to handle that? We give them frameworks and curriculums and plans, but really it's quite difficult. We're putting a lot of burden on that educator. So if there is use for AI, which there is, it should be to this teacher. AI should be turning the teacher into a classroom director, into that village that Her Excellency spoke about. So the teacher should have all these tools to support the development of children individually. And that's what we help governments do. And I'll give you a small example. My sister, who's sitting right there, has twin babies, Faris and Rayyan. I was playing with them this morning. Each one develops differently. They're twins from the same mother, born on the same exact, day. But they develop completely differently. And the way that they interact and the way that their brain neural connections are formed, it's magical and it's so different. And so if there is a way to harness the power of technology, it is to empower educators. And by doing so, in a couple of countries, we've been able to free up over 50% of the teacher's time. We talk about economy, we talk about impact. Yes, we need more training, we need more teachers to join the job force in the market. But imagine freeing up 50% of teachers' time. We need to think about their well-being as well. You look at the TALIS and OECD reports, it says the burnout of front-line workers or the teachers, the top reason is too much work, too many assessments, too many trainings, and it's like the teacher. Poor teachers, let's help them.
Thank you. Actually, that's a very good point. That's why I would really love if we would have more time just to share with you some examples that we at UNICEF have about taking burden off from teachers and working more with families and parents. This is what UNICEF does a lot. We do work and we do have parenting programs that actually are meant to support child development in a home environment. So learning doesn't happen only in preschool, in daycare. Learning happens first of all at home. That's why this is exactly what we need to do. We need to support parents, and I fully agree that there should be this cooperation and there should be support for parents who are at home and parents who need to get skills and get equipped with the skills that they need to support their child development. And something which you brought to the attention is very much about individualized learning. It's about play-based learning. So child does not need high-tech technology. No. Child needs interaction. That's why I would really love to hear now from Dr. Reem. Dr. Reem, your center, I know that you have been working a lot on, it's the Center of Excellence who actually invests a lot on empowering and enhancing the potential of children. And when I say children, it's also older children. But recently what you have done, you have developed a strategy and you have expanded to early childhood. So I would really love to hear what is your experience and why did you expand to early childhood and what is there that is interesting to know from your perspective. Thank you so much.
Yes, for sure. Well, I work in Mawhiba, the Center of Excellence at Mawhiba. And Mawhiba was established in 1999 as a nonprofit organization serving giftedness and talent development among youth. We cover grades 3 through 12, and we've been running for the past 25 years, serving more than 200,000 students and resulting in more than 600 international awards and numerous national honors. What we do, or our mission basically, is to identify and nurture students. And we do that through many services. One is the identification, which is open for everyone. It can be by the school's nomination, and it can also be by parents' direct registration of their kids to the system. We also provide Mawhiba classes, and these are classes that happen within the school hours, where they get Mawhiba designed courses, teacher training, counseling for parents and teachers and gifted and talented individuals, and also provide quality assurance. We also provide enrichment programs, and these are shorter programs that are carried alongside with universities. And again, all these are done in partnerships with schools. We have more than 160 partnerships from around the kingdom. Mawhiba also provides national competitions where kids go into Olympiads. We also prepare them for international Olympiads such as ISIF, for example. And we do knowledge exchange. So experts, teachers, and families can exchange knowledge through global forums and workshops and so on. The reason why Mawhiba decided to go into the early childhood comes from various reasons. Number one, we do realize the importance of and the criticality of the stage. And number two is we wanted to cover the full journey of the student from K through 12 and to the university and even the workforce. And we wanted to also leverage this 25 years of experience that we had in developing giftedness and creativity. The topics that we cover in Mawhiba are specialized in STEM and all what it comes in. For example, nanotechnology, the medical field, computer science, and space engineering. We also cover leadership skills as well. And all this is aligned with the Vision 2030, and this is where we are focused to do. It is important to serve this young generation, and as Her Excellency mentioned, it takes a whole village, and at Mawhiba we say it takes an entire ecosystem to work on that matter.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you so
thank
much.
you.
So I think we have little time left, and instead of me asking each of you the second question that we were thinking, what I really would love that each of you take 2 minutes and you share with the audience here with us something that they will have to remember that comes from your experience, from your perspective, something that the audience here can remember before they leave this room. Just, Dr. Christian, what is something that they can take away?
I talk
with
about
them?
money. Yeah, I want to talk about money because it's a very important stuff. Because, I mean, we discuss all things that are important, early childhood is important, everyone agrees on it, but the paradox is that everywhere in the world, this policy is underfunded. I mean, I find only 3 countries probably, like the Nordic, famous, that they fund approximately, but everywhere in the world is underfunded. So the first thing, we have to put money on it. But the amount is not just the problem. It's how the money is redistributed around. Because you will see, I mean, I didn't study well Saudi Arabia, but I think it's going to be the same as in most of the country. You will find service in affluent area, in cities more, and less in remote area, rural areas, poor neighborhoods. That's the case everywhere in the world, and for a simple reason. Because you usually give per capita money. So how many children you have? 20, I give you 20. How many children you have? 40, I give you 40. But it doesn't work like that because a child in a remote area doesn't cost the same as a child in the city. Actually, it's counterintuitive. But I'm pretty sure that a child in a rural area of Saudi Arabia costs more than a child in the city center. Cost of delivery, foods, material in a rural area, transportation, incentive for teacher, and parents that they don't have the same amount of money as the one that they are in the city. So this creates these territorial inequalities. And of course, it's even worse when you rely a lot on private sector. Private sector look for profit. There's no profit in this area unless it's with a social mission. Okay, but the for-profit private sector is not going to invest there. So that's problems, but we need to find solution, and there are solutions. First solution is, of course, increase the budget, national budget. Even when you rely on private sector a lot, should not be an excuse for the governments to withdraw the money. You have to invest, continue to invest, because it's complementary investment. The second is, how do you distribute properly the funds? So you have to consider that child costs differently, family have less means, so you have to differentiate your money. So give more to the place where there's less. And this is what Poland did, for instance. They create an algorithm to establish how much money should be sent in each municipality based on coverage, but based also on the level of condition of economics of the family, the cost, etc., etc. And of course, when you do that, and you give also the money to private sector and non-profits, you have to put serious standards on it. Look at the case of Norway. Norway, for instance, give a lot of money to private providers, but on the condition that they will go also to non-affluent areas. They respect strict standards, including participation of parents, including working conditions, including transparency, also on profits,
Yeah.
okay? So that's a couple of ideas, and the final one is, in certain areas, like the rural areas, for instance, it's going to be impossible to adopt the same standards as in the affluent area. It's going to cost too much. So you need to find alternative solutions for that. And you can do it, because as you rightly pointed out, I mean, you don't need a fancy computer or tablet. Actually, I don't know if you know, in Italy, my own country, there's the greatest example in the world recognized of early childhood care education, which is Reggio Emilia,
Yeah.
very famous.
Yeah, yeah.
They don't base anything on technology. They base on natural resources they have around, recycled material from nature. Okay, that's the thing. Yeah, so that's you can follow this example, so to expand also in this area. So there are problems, but there are solutions, and you have to plan this very carefully. You have to have planning, actions, including money, always. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Dr. Naziha?
Okay, this one will be about quality again. And when we speak of quality, what I think should happen is to have it more accessible, because oftentimes we either look at quality from a compliance point of view or a very rhetorical, complicated definition of quality. But for schools and practitioners, they need clear, evidence-based, practical tools to ensure that quality education is happening. And with those standards and with those indicators, they can also make sure that play, for example, is happening, because we know from research that most of the meaningful learning happens in play and through play. We want to make sure that there is parental engagement, there is PD for teachers, there is also PD assessment also happening to make sure that learning is planned for and is happening in the classroom.
Thank you so much. Dr. Badr, your valuable final words?
I'm going to say so many things so fast, so please write stuff down if you want. I think what we've done in the past will not work going forward. We have failed as a collective society. To move forward, we have to follow frameworks. I'll try to describe the framework very quickly. You've got two aspects of it. One of it is the intersection between pedagogy, creativity, and innovation. From the other side, you need to get all the stakeholders to work together. Government, school leaders, teachers, parents, and very importantly, children at the heart of all of this. Throwing more money at this will not solve it. We need data. Data needs to be at the heart of everything we do. We can no longer afford to wait 2 years to change a unit or a lesson. We need to do that overnight, and that needs to be distributed very easily to teachers instantly. We can no longer work under governments that have 6, 7 different departments catering for early childhood, each from an angle. We need to come together, and I call all of that LAMSA's Unified Education Framework for early childhood education. And if you're interested, we can have a conversation on how to solve that and leapfrog early childhood in your country or your organization.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Dr. Suha?
Yes, definitely. I will not repeat whatever amazing things that you just said, but collaboration and coordination. This is extremely important. Yeah, we say these, words many, many times, but we don't really work among them. When you work with everyone, with all those stakeholders, see how much we don't really have this coordination and collaboration. Each one of those stakeholders, they develop their own strategy, their own agenda by themselves, and then they decided to collaborate. It doesn't work that way, really, because you need to budget for things. You need to plan for things. Everybody's really will be busy during the year just, trying to achieve and solve this thing. This is really, really important. We need to pay attention to 0 to 3. This is wherever we talk about children, and thank you so much for saying that you're doing that. You're starting thinking about 0 to 4, 0 to 3. This is the overlooked age that wherever we do to develop, whatever we do to accomplish, we really forget that. Even looking at the programs at the university levels where they have early childhood, programs, education, it covers really, when you go to a sense of this curriculum, it covers from 3 above. 0 to 3, we don't really have qualified. And when you look at it, this is what will really help teachers later. When you prepare children well from 0 to 3, that will help teachers later to minimize their efforts because they will have ready children to work with. This is very important. And last word is mental health. Mental health is so important. Everybody, each one of us needs really to take care of their mental health. This is more applied to everyone, to parents, to workforce, everybody, teachers and other workforce, and to children as well. So we need to pay attention to that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Dr. Rim?
Come to around the last.
No. Yeah, you will do the last. Yeah.
I echo everybody's point of view. Research-based work is always very important. And through our Mawhiba strategy, we are launching a research chair focused on talent development in early childhood, where we will address so many of the issues that have been discussed on today's table. At the very end, my final statement would be that providing support for talent development in early childhood might have been an option one day, but today it is a must. It's an obligation on the entire ecosystem, that be schools, governments, policymakers, teachers, and most importantly, parents, because these are the people who realize at the beginning the talent within their children. So thank you, and partnerships as well.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr.
Yes.
Rim. And the way we started with the opening statement, let's go to the closing statement from Her Excellency.
The
Dr.
way you
Mahoula.
started, when you started here, I thought, it will end here. But what I've learned is that when we work together, like we started working together, we become one family. Our thinking is aligned. As you said, we must give our closing remarks. I was thinking about the ecosystem, about the integrated approach. And when we look at the child, it starts with 2 people. Then it extends to the family, to the community, then to the entire society, to the economy and every way. So the integrated approach in educating a child from birth to the participation in the economy, it needs all of us to work together, including business. Normally business, the private sector, they want to receive from government. They don't want to contribute. They don't want to invest. And yet government will put money, they reap at the end because the end product will go to them. But we must work together as a collective to produce what the economy, the economic growth of any country will need, because it is the end product of education. So the ecosystem must work. All of us join hands together. So I want to appreciate this team. It's like we'll continue having such meetings moving forward, but I really appreciate from the first day we started having our conversation. We really appreciate as South Africa, and looking forward to meeting you in our G20 meetings.
Thank you very much. So we will actually look at this as an invitation for us to join, and being the G20, I think you will be in a driver's seat, and we can really, as you say, collectively contribute to further our discussions. And I really want to close this session by thanking all of you, but thanking the audience for being patient to listen to us. And my key 3 words to you, to all of you, is please think about every child in the world, that every child deserves to have opportunity to grow, to develop, and every child should be provided opportunity to develop their fullest potential. And we did hear about talents, we did hear about how children develop, but please don't forget that every child, wherever it is, should be provided with support. And I thank you again for you being here with all of us and our esteemed panelists. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. A special session at the G20.
Yes. Yeah.
Why not?
welcome to the Skills for Life dialogue led by Carney. My name is Louis Avenant. I'm a principal at Carney. And before I introduce our wonderful panel today, let me see if I can set the scene a little bit for our discussion. It's 2025. We live in a world that is constantly being reshaped by new technologies. And it's not just artificial intelligence. I think we've heard probably more this year at the Beyond Readiness stage on artificial intelligence than we did last year. You can imagine why. It's a topic that's becoming increasingly important. But I mean, the other day, an American company revived the dire wolf from extinction. I'm sure you all read the article about that. So changes are happening at the AI level, at technology. Changes are happening in biotechnology, right? Fundamental transformative changes. I don't have to tell you guys, we all know that. And I think a question you might ask yourself is, okay, as society, we've gone through these kind of changes before. It's nothing new. But what I find curious this time is the scale, right? Because according to the World Economic Forum, 1.1 billion jobs will need to be reskilled, upskilled in the coming future, right? Now, to put that into perspective, this is 1/3 of the workforce, of the global workforce, right? So the urgency is there. And what we hear from employers is that 44%, even more, of them feel like they don't have the skills, critical skills necessary for their production, right? So it's an urgent, very now topic that gets discussed more and more and more, right? And that's why I'm glad that we're having this discussion today. I think for policymakers, the call is clear. I mean, the late writer and futurist Alvin Toffler said that the illiteracy of the 21st century will not be people that can't read or write, right? The illiteracy of the 21st century will be those who can't learn, unlearn, relearn, right? And with that sort of introduction, I thought I would just give each of our panel members today an opportunity to introduce themselves very briefly, and then we'll jump into a bit of discussions. By the way, this is HCI Dialogues. It's more informal. If you have a question, if you want to participate, if there's something that you want to challenge maybe, or you want to bring up another perspective, please feel free to do so. They will hand you a mic, and we'll get a discussion going, right? All right, Anderson, maybe I'll hand over to you for a quick introduction.
Thanks, Louis. All right, I'm Anderson from Singapore. I've been in the skills development space for almost 20 years, but recent 3 years, I've decided to move and align myself more to the financial and the economic sectors. All right. Maybe I can put some words in Louis' mouth. In this dialogue session, we really do not want to be the only ones speaking. We would like to hear views. We'd like you to challenge us. But one topic is taboo, and that is tariffs. All right, because once we get into that, the rabbit hole is bottomless. Okay, Michael.
Thank you. Thanks, Anderson, and thanks, Louis. I won't speak about tariffs. Okay, don't worry. My name is Michael Fung. I lead an institute for the future education at Tecnológico de Monterrey in Mexico. The TEC, as we call it, is a not-for-profit large university system in Mexico with 26 campuses and 90,000 students. At the institute that I lead, the mission that we have is to transform higher education and lifelong learning around the world so as to benefit the lives of millions of people. So most of my work is external facing, looking at how do we incorporate educational innovation, technology, AI, new pedagogical methods, so that we can get our students, our workforce, and our population ready for the future. Prior to this role, I led the Skills Future movement in Singapore. So Anderson and I used to be colleagues. He used to work for the training industry. I work for the government. And now I'm doing it in a very different context. So very glad to be here to exchange views and to learn from one another. Thank you.
Thank you, Louis. It's my pleasure to be in this session with some of my brightest minds, very experts in the field. My name is Saud Al-Fadl. I am born and raised in Riyadh. I'm from Saudi Arabia. I work as a CEO for Ilmi, which is a new science and discovery center. We are building and in the final stage of the construction. Hopefully it will be open soon, focusing on the young generation and how to empower them and how to have like a hub for science discovery and innovation, and how to shift the mind of the kids to support them to be truly the leader, to support us to achieve 2030 vision and beyond that, inshallah. Thanks.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Alan. I'm sorry for the people behind me that you have my back. The institute that I lead administers the Fulbright scholarships on behalf of the United States government. 8,000 postgraduate scholarships and fellowships a year. 400,000 living alumni of the program that started in 1946. It is a platform to launch lifelong learning. If you get a Fulbright, you have finished school, but you're going to do something else. Every week, I get a call saying, do you have a Fulbright program for senior citizens? Do you have a Fulbright program for people that have just retired? The effective answer is no. And for a while, I didn't think that was such a bad thing because there are not that many people that have retired in our population, 13%. 10 years from now, it will be double that number. And we need to find programs and ways to bring their experience with resilience and upskilling into what we're doing for the next generation.
Thank you. Lovely to be here with you all as well, and yeah, thank you, Lewis, for the great introduction. So I'm George Amafidon, Chief Executive of a talent development organization called Motives. We've been running for the last 10 years, focused on STEM predominantly, and how we make STEM cool for the younger generation, make it accessible for many of the people that don't, currently get to access it or get to benefit from the fruits of it. And throughout that, our focus of our work has been on the grassroots level, so directly working with around 10,000 young people, for example, on an annual basis. And then on the business level, really working with these employers to ensure that they can get the best talent and shape their policies to be able to access that. And then also on advocacy level. So every year, millions of young people reach for our content, our resources, and really doing work around the world to ensure that the young people are at the table. I always say if you're not at the table, then you're on the menu. So how do you make sure that these young people's views are heard and they're involved in this revolution or kind of evolution of their skills development as well?
Thank you so much. Jonathan Ledger, Skills and Professional Bodies Specialist at the UK Department for Business and Trade. I've spent 35 years in the private sector delivering skills, skills and skills. So they're the only kind of three words that I know. And I think it does start with our young people, but it's also about mature workers that need transitioning. I currently work for the Department for Business and Trade, helping organisations around the world really celebrate skills and apprenticeships, things like that. I'm one of those people that would shut down half the universities and give all that money to skills providers, because I think that's where it's at. And I think that young people are like peanuts, they are waiting to be crushed and opened up and let free, and we're not very good at it. And one question to start the conversation with is, if we all love skills, because we know what's happening in Saudi, in the UK, in India, China, it doesn't matter where I go, I hear the same story, skills gaps, shortages, all of that. If universities are so good, why have they had so many billions and we're still talking about the same problem? Question to think about.
All right. That's already a good starting point for us, and I hope we get into that discussion for sure. One thing I love about this conference is it brings together so many different perspectives, and it's not an education conference, it's not a labor conference, it's a very broad conference, and I really hope that we see that in fruition today. Let me start, Saud, maybe with you, right? Paint us a little bit of a picture. Why is this urgent? I think everyone more or less understand why is this urgent, but give us a bit your perspective. What's the urgency here? What are countries like Saudi Arabia doing on this particular topic?
Thanks. I think it's very important to have a clear strategic vision, and we are very lucky here in Saudi Arabia. Vision 2030, it has some kind of clear human capability development program with a main initiative about how to support and how to rely more on more economic. It is not only about to focus about the economic. It is more about how to build the capability and the people, the workforce, to be ready for achieving the Vision 2030. And we rely in Ilmi on the same vision. Always we start with the same question: what is our greatest resource? And always we are focusing the young generation. It's our greatest resource, and we believe that to support, to have like a hub for the young generation, for science discovery and innovation, it's very important. Not to just wait until they start the workforce to do any kind of reskilling, upskilling. No, we have to keep in mind what is in the literature, what is going on with the UN, with many of other international organizations, and also the Human Capability Development Program, where they are focus more on the skill set, what we need to achieve 2030. And that's take us toward, in Ilmi, what we need to focus on certain skills, which is very important for the young generation, to support them as early as we can. If we put all of our investment in the young generation, for sure we'll achieve the target for not to rely only on the economic goals, while we will have the workforce which is needed for our success to be one of the best world and one of the best country in the world.
Yeah. I mean, so one of the things, and to just touch on what you just said, one of the things we heard on the panel today is so many ministers of education talking about moving from a knowledge-based education system to more of a competency-based system. Jonathan, I would love to get your thoughts on that as well. So based on what you heard also from Saud and the urgency of skill, what are your perspective and what are the kind of skills that you see most relevant?
I think there's a whole range of skills, but it really comes back to working closely with employers and the industry and bringing them alongside, because this is where the skills base is required. And the economy is changing so quickly in every country and globally as well. And we know from recent global events, it changes quickly, right? Sometimes overnight. And we have to have a skills base that supports that change. Might mean change of job or change of type of job or change of sectors. And sometimes this moves faster than we can think, right? If you go back to the 18th century, there would be one change every 56 days or something like that. Now hundreds of developments happen every single day in the skills world, and we don't even know they're happening. So this is why those skills are really important. So I think a toolkit, it's about workplace skills, interpersonal skills, things like that. I think these are all the usual things that we would talk about. But I think to enable that to happen, we have to bring employers on that journey. And it's not a lip service conversation. It really means sitting down, one-to-one with an employer, really understanding their business, picking it apart and really understanding what skills do they need to improve that productivity and competitiveness and drive it forward. And I think we don't often have that discussion deep enough and honest enough. So we say, oh yeah, we work with employers. Yeah, we meet with them once a year. We have a lip service conversation and they hear what we've got to say and we hear what they say, but we've got this program that we want to flog, to the world. So we're going to just carry on doing that because it's comfortable, it's our zone. And so I think there's a responsibility to really get under the skin in a different way. That also means, tutors and parents, the whole chain has kind of got to get out of its comfort zone to be able to do that and to deliver skills that young people need today and tomorrow and into the future. It means we need labour market systems that, if we need 10,000 engineers in 10 years' time, that probably means we need to train 20 now, because some of those will die, move on, change industries, life happens. So you might end up at 10,000 in 10 years' time, but you've got to be looking a long way down the road and stop training people in subjects that are lovely but really not useful in terms of economic growth.
Yeah. So what I'm hearing a little bit from Jonathan, maybe Alan and Michael, I'd love to get your perspective. I'm not sure if it's criticism. There's some criticism of the higher education system, but there is a big question, right, on the table, which is, we all know that anyone going in engineering year 1, year 4, he gets out of year 5, he gets out of engineering. How much of what he learned is really still applicable? And the question I have, and the question that I think Jonathan might also have, is how is the higher education system responding to that? What are some of the things you're seeing? Maybe, Michael, I would love to get your thoughts, and then Alan, I would love to get your thoughts as well.
Yeah, thank you. And I think, Jonathan, you pointed out a major characteristic of higher education systems that has been serving us very well for a long period of time. They were never designed for rapid change of the nature of the type that we've seen. There's still a lot of value in higher education and universities because of the experience they have in delivering education, quality education at scale in various geographies, right? So I think parents and students will still aspire towards a university education, and historically, lifetime earnings for a degree holder from university is higher than other non-degree holders. So I think that trend is going to continue. So the challenge is, how do universities transform their models to be much more agile, to meet the changing needs? And one of the things I want to echo is moving towards a competency-based education model, which is not new, but to do it across all disciplines, across all your courses, and being very accountable and clear what are the competencies our students acquire as they go through the course of study. That's critical. The second part, which I think is also very critical, is to bring industry-relevant experiences into the classroom. So whether you call it problem-based learning, challenge-based learning, that needs to be a regular feature for all students. And that's precisely what was done at Tec de Monterrey. Starting about 10 years ago, we shifted to a completely competency-based and challenge-based education model across all our disciplines, across all our 60,000 degree-seeking students. We graduated our first batch of students 3 years ago, and they have been having very good responses in the marketplace. The reason for these kinds of mechanisms and models is so that we can adjust to the rapidly changing industry skills needs. Through the challenge-based models, we have 2,500 employers working with us to design real-world challenges into the curriculum that gets updated as the competencies shift. So this is the mission, and we've been on a journey, for my institute, on the journey to work with institutions around the world to usher in these new models of agile delivery and design of curriculum. I did some of that work in Singapore, but now I'm doing it in Mexico, in Latin America, and hopefully we can influence even more institutions around the world towards that kind of model.
Yeah, I mean, I think Alan, the question then is...
I think Tec Monterrey's model is something we all should try to emulate. This morning we heard a lot about the need for mindset change. The biggest need is for faculty's mindset to change when a parent asks them, what is the value of a college education? And what I wish they would say is jobs, jobs, and jobs. Because it should enable you to thrive in the workforce, to lifelong upskill yourself, and deal with the challenges and adaptability. But it's got to come from the faculty. If it comes from the trustees or the deans, it doesn't make it into the classroom. So we have a real difficult problem, which is changing the mindset of not who faculty are, but what they think they're doing. And the best way to really confront that is to say, this education needs to lead to a job, A, and B, it needs to equip you so that you can still have that job 3 years from now. And it needs to somehow equip you for the reality that holding a job, whatever field it is really hard work. So is getting a college degree, but we need to translate that energy into the skills-based, competency-based, and I think competency-based approach is the best way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, so, and when we do work for universities, what we hear when we ask them, how do you plan your programs, you know, what we hear typically is, well, I have got a speciality. I've got a research focus here. I know how to do this. So let's open a program. And what you don't hear often is, well, we see the market really needing this particular set of skills. But maybe then, Anderson, going to the learner's perspective, right? So we talk a lot about how institutions might need to transform. We talk a lot about We'll get to the policy question a bit later, but what I'm curious is, what does a future learner look like? What do we need to see changing? Do we need to see changes to how people fundamentally approach learning? What are your perspectives on that?
I think the future of learning is very bleak. You see, this question has bothered me for a couple of years, all right? Especially when AI made its presence at scale, okay, and at ease. So what happens to learning? Now, there are three fundamental flaws of human learning that I have noticed. Number one, we have to learn from base zero, every single one of us. Base zero. When the child is born, he has to start learning from zero. Number two, we forget what we have learned. Of course, Evan Toffler can say we need to learn, relearn, unlearn, and relearn. All right? But we don't have to unlearn. We forget what we learned. Very often we forget what we have learned. But these are human flaws. Now, there is another flaw, which is an institutional flaw. Okay, and that is, we learn individually. Now, this is an institutional problem because all institutions in the world award their qualification based on individual achievement. You cannot copy in exams. If you do, it is not authentic. It is not what is produced from inside here. Now, I say this is a flaw because if you look at AI, AI doesn't learn from scratch. That is why now all over the world, people are complaining about intellectual rights and property. AI don't learn from scratch. Number two, they don't forget. They don't forget. And they keep building on it. And number three, they don't learn, the algorithm doesn't learn individually. It is a connected network learning. And it's exponential. How is human learning ever going to beat machine learning? All right? So, that's why I think it is bleak. Now, the institutional model has to change. You see, institutions have their basic business model is selling qualification. You don't pay your exam fees, you don't pay your entrance fees, you don't get my degree. That's the fundamental business model. Migration. You don't get a qualification from this degree, you can't get a visa, a work visa in my country. Right? So while qualifications, there are so many criticisms on qualifications, but the world cannot do without them yet. All right? And qualifications currently are still tagged to individual, whatever is in your head. But AI has been able to lift whatever is in your head out of your head. You don't need this person anymore. You just need somebody else who can manage this. And of course, in future, skills will be relegated to the past as well when intelligent machines come on board. So it is bleak. What is the solution? Sorry, I have no solution. I think you're all just wanting, oh, Anderson, so what's the solution? I have no solution. But I think knowing some of these weaknesses and flaws, perhaps we can do something. Like, for example, we should encourage and reward and award learners who work and learn together. Because industries don't work alone. Organizations are called organizations because they know how to organize the best skills of individual workers. And learners should learn collectively. All right? Because we just don't have enough time to learn everything. We don't have enough time. All right? So how much is enough for us to say, I can face the world. In fact, I don't think that's enough. Because now you don't need to know a lot. You just need to know enough to get the whole world's knowledge to do things for you. So I think it is not about learning anymore. It is about doing. Are we able to produce? Just now I was in a session in the main hall, and I really like, there's this lady from UAE, Abu Dhabi or Dubai, I think. She said, it's performance. Are we able to perform? Are we able to teach our students to perform? And I think that is paramount. Now, competency-based skills, what are skills? It's being able to perform. What are jobs? Actually, I find jobs, it's a very challenging thing now. Okay, what are actually jobs? Is doing things considered job? Is making $500 an hour a job? Or $5 an hour a job? What is a job? Right? Okay, so I'll pause here for now.
Yeah, so a lot of interesting points for us to chew on. I think one thing that I'm hearing from what you're saying is, and I think we all know this to some extent, right? The future of skills is going to look different. The future of learning are going to look different. The kind of things you need to learn to be relevant in the future, they're all going to look different fundamentally. And maybe even today, as we sit here, we really don't actually know 5 years from now what that's going to look like. But we know what it is to be human, right? And I mean, George, maybe I'll go to you on this next one. Give us a bit of a perspective from the youth. We were talking a bit earlier, and you were mentioning also in your introduction that the youth learn even differently these days. They have a different way and approach to knowledge. You know, if we're saying skills, we talk about how they consume knowledge in general, right? What are your perspectives on what Anderson just said, from maybe bringing it from a youth? What do you think about this?
I think Anderson said it perfectly. So many things. I don't think my perspective is as bleak per se. Mostly because I believe in what you were saying in terms of it's all about doing now. So I say the number one skill, if I could encapsulate it to one thing, I would actually say it's the art of leverage. Issue with that, and that's a blessing. All right, so it's about how do I actually use this information and these insights in the most impactful way to create value in this job. All right, so that is what we are teaching all of our young people, because they're not taught that in the institutions. They're taught, you know, you could say competency or whatever it is, but they're actually not taught how do I leverage myself to get to this place that I want to get to. So, and then you almost still produce people that end up being very frustrated because they say, well, I've learned all of these things still, and I can't do much with it. Well, they don't think they can do much with it, right? So it's about teaching them how to do that. So in terms of how the young people are learning now, as we know, they're consuming more information than ever before. How they're consuming that information is a lot of the platforms that we, you know, sometimes use, sometimes we don't use. But for example, I kind of use the anecdote of TikTok. Anytime it comes to news, and I'm kind of like, okay, cool. How did you hear about this information? That is being used as a search engine. Those algorithms are getting that information to them as soon as possible. They're using that to inform how they view the world, how they do their work, how they produce content. And that is generally speaking where we're going. We're creating these networks, essentially online and everywhere else, which is essentially empowering these people to make decisions. So understanding as institutions, how can we use those better? But ultimately, I would say it comes down to leverage. So I've always described myself as a humanitarian engineer. So in terms of the skills I believe they need, I would say it's always have been the same because it's adaptive problem solving. So we speak about the problem-based learning. However, when I was at university, it was 1 out of 8 modules. The rest of the modules, my thermodynamics, my fluid, every technical subject wasn't really taught to me in a way that was, you know, problem-based learning and everything of that nature. So for institutions to get to that point, I think we've got a very, very long way to go. But that is the direction that we need to be going in. And then it's that emotional intelligence, because as you said, we are all humans, and if they know what people need, then they know how to react and respond and hopefully create the value, you know, that can make the biggest impact.
Yeah. And I mean, it's not just skills for jobs, and I think we can get caught into this discussion where we're talking about, okay, what kind of skills you need to be effective in your job? Fine, that's important. But it's skills for life as well. And a lot of what you're talking about, maybe Jonathan, I go to you on this question is, how do we think about this not just as being productive in a workplace? How do we think about this as how do we make sure that our education ecosystem, and we can hear from the education side of the aisle as well, that our education system builds necessary resilience into the young people, leadership, something that's often taken for granted, the ability to lead, the ability to perform on certain levels. What role do these more soft, broader life skills play in supporting maybe the support?
I see all of that really as part of the kind of toolkit. I do think you have to teach people resilience, entrepreneurship. I think we're all entrepreneurs, whether we run a business or not, because you can be entrepreneurial, in your job, to be creative, problem solve is about entrepreneurialism. I think the other thing that we have to kind of give people is aspiration. My generation, I'm a little over 23, you might have noticed, but it's much harder to find work, keep work, get on in life, find that starting point. So I think, we, as parents, you've got to find ways to aspire young people. You've got to do that in institutions as well, whatever they look like. And I think we've lost our way a bit with that aspiration. There's not enough careers development type activity. We don't get enough business in schools, for example, to show the value of doing that kind of productivity. I think we've had some really good points. I love the leverage point. So you can have the lowest number of skills, what you would call skills, but if you put the maximum weight behind it, you achieve the most with it, right? With nothing. And actually, just to bring in a bit of audience participation, how many people have done something at home or in their life and they've gone online to watch a little YouTube video to help them do it? How many have fixed a pipe, a sink, television, computer? Yeah, so we're all learning in different ways. In 1985, when I left school, the world wasn't black and white then, but you couldn't get stuff like that. You either found a plumber or you broke your sink. So the point is, you are doing what young people do. They don't need to hold the knowledge in their head. As long as they know where they can get a friend that helps them do it, oh, Mr. YouTube, Mrs. YouTube, they're away, they can do it. So I think your point about the interconnected systems and knowing where to go, I don't have to learn all of it, but I need to know where it is, or at least know somebody that does. Kind of a bit of a roundabout answer, but
yeah. But so it's about learning how to leverage, and I want to touch on that.
I was just going to touch on that briefly. I would kind of summarize it in the sense of like community-powered learning. In that sense, that's what I'm seeing more than anything, and that's why the group work is important. That's why, because we've got online communities, we've got in-person communities, and that's where the information is. You learn so much on a platform now in terms of how to even fold clothes that you don't learn, basic life skills all online. So I think you're seeing that community-powered learning a lot more.
And on the back of that, can I just ask one more question to the audience? So I presume most of you have got a job. It's an assumption. And when you were at university or college, how many people do the job now that they learn in their studies? Yes, so that's what I thought. So what happens is we all leave with an education, and then suddenly we find we're 50 years old and we're here, wherever here is, and we didn't start with that ambition. I never wanted to work for the UK government doing a skills job. I just kind of ended up in this position, building on, a bit like a frog hopping across the pond on lily pads, picking up skills, next job, more skills, and you kind of have to keep regurgitating. And we're all doing what we think young people are not doing, but they really are doing that.
Yeah, it's about adaptability, resilience. We can circle back to these themes quite a lot. What I find fascinating about this conversation is that kind of skills, Alan, are skills that the retired, let's call it the retired cohort, have learned, have mastered, have done so much of during their time, and they retire and they're not engaged after that anymore. I'm curious, what can we do to leverage some of those skills that the retirees have a store of value of, but also how do we bring them into the conversation? What kind of upskilling needs to happen there? What are your thoughts?
I want to answer that, but go back to an assumption we're making about everything is changing. The thing I worry about most is everything is changing except universities. Your university is probably teaching the same things that you studied, that you haven't used.
I didn't go.
You went to the best university.
I'm a vocational student, and
Okay.
I kind of did mine in life.
But I think we can think about the future, and we have to be realistic that universities are not going to change very much. But what alumni could do if we use them differently, in America we use them for money. We invite them to come and watch events, whether it's plays or football matches. We use them to sit in a classroom in a weekend to hear faculty talk about what they're teaching instead of asking them, what should I be teaching? What did you learn on the job that you didn't learn at school? So we need a revolution in how we invite alumni back to the campus, to sit with the students, to be in class, to share all of the life skills they have, so that the student themselves is better prepared for the life they're going to lead. That's a huge mindset shift in how we think about alumni. But they're our best resource in preparing the next generation for their future.
Yeah. And the question is, why is that not happening, right? Or I don't really see initiatives like this.
Well, so maybe I jump in and I try to address the question. I'm not as pessimistic as Alan on this point. I think that universities are resistant to change. They're very slow to change. Faculty mindset, faculty autonomy, and all those factors are run counter to change, a rapid change. But with the shift in durability of funding sources, with a shift in the perception of return on investment on college education, higher education, I think that universities have no choice. They are forced to change. We're already seeing a lot of that in the US. Second tier, or universities below the top elite universities are forced to diversify the pool of learners, and many of them are going into lifelong learning, workforce development, and so on. At some point in time, I hope the Ivies and the elites will smell the roses, but it is hard because they're so successful right now, and when you're so successful, the risk of change is so high, right? Think about Kodak. Why did Kodak not make the digital transformation? That's happening to the elites and the Ivies. But I think the universities will be smart enough to see the tsunami that's coming, and eventually they're going to move. The question is, how can we help them to accelerate that faster, better, so that there's less pain in the overall system? So I do think that there is a case for change. It's happening, not at scale at the moment, but we're seeing some very pioneering efforts in different parts of the world. I recount the experience when I was working on Skills Future in Singapore. We had funding levers, we had policy levers, and yet it took us a number of years to move the top institutions, the top research-intensive institutions, to embrace more of lifelong learning. And now collectively, the higher education sector contributes to about, or captures about a third of the market share for workforce skills development, vocational skills-based training, which in the context of universities, you don't talk about. Vocational education is taboo, right? Just like tariffs. But it's possible to shift, but it requires clear vision, sustained efforts over time, and I think we can get there.
And I mean, Singapore is a good example there, right? Singapore has
That's
been
a unique example.
Unique example, but has been able to do, and from a policy perspective, because the question today is, we talked a lot about the kind of skills, how it would change the future of the learner, etc. But there will still be a question for the policymakers. How do they respond, right? And there's a lot, of course, happening in this space. Saudi Arabia, we can talk at length about what is happening when it comes to the policy landscape and anticipating certain skills, making sure that that we bridge that gap between demand and supply, right? And I heard earlier Minister Lee talking about giving us a South Korea example, and I thought that was fascinating. where he was talking about how they have things like a digital text, AI textbook, you know, how the curriculum is so adaptive at this point. Not only that, you know, they have a digital skills framework, you know, which I picked up a little bit from what that we're saying. But maybe, Anderson, from your perspective and having done similar kind of work across the globe, what do you see as an effective policy response to everything that we've just been talking about?
I think governments all over the world are hung-strung, right? Because governments in many countries have to be elected into position, all right? And I think a lot of electorate sometimes do not understand some of these mega trends that are sweeping through the landscape, both globally as well as locally, all right? And we have seen in many countries, governments tend to be more populist, all right, rather than more pragmatic. Okay, Singapore is a different case because Singapore is small, okay? I've worked on skills framework for a couple of countries, okay? And one thing I've realized, right? A skills framework is an attempt to make the skills or the industry perspective or the industry language more transparent. So a skills framework is basically just a tool to make certain things more transparent so that policymakers, job seekers, parents, learners can have a better understanding of what that industry requires. All right? But a skills framework it is not a policy response to the skills needs. A skills framework is not the silver bullet. A skills framework basically just opens up and make a language that the industry can tell the world, hey, this is what I have, this is what I need. So when in Philippines, when we did the Philippine skills framework, I told the industry, share as much as you can based on this framework that Singapore has developed, okay? Because it could be your marketing tool. Using skills framework as a marketing tool. Why? Because Philippines is the outsourcing capital of the world, all right? US outsource a lot of their back office to Philippines, so also with Europe, okay? And if you have a skills framework, you can use that skills framework and approach your clients and say, you know, we are able to do this and this and this. If we are not, we know how to do this and this and this, right? So it makes it more transparent. And I think, okay, for a policy response, the politicians need to be able to see what is in the industry. Okay, so that's number one. Now, I think the other thing is, governments around the world are now faced with the challenge of how to move the people faster because the industries are moving so much faster. Okay, it is not easy. Now, let me give you an example. You know, after COVID, a strange phenomenon happened, and that is youth mental health. What is youth mental health? Where did this, when we were young, I mean, we never had things like youth mental health at a national level, right? And it's not only in Singapore, okay, over the world. Now, I think this is where the challenge of young people looking at their future and they feel lost. I still remember when I was in university and I did a degree for 4 years. And I somewhat can see my future for the next 20 years. I suspect that young people now is not able to see it because things change so fast. Now, how do governments come in and respond? All right, I think it's really very challenging because you are trying to move a generation, okay, of which the education system itself is already so resistant to change, and people themselves are also very resistant to change. All right? So, in terms of policy response to skills development, right? I think really we have to bring, just now in the conference, it was mentioned that there has to be better alignment with the economy. Educational alignment to economy, in my opinion, is very urgent. Why? Because if the economy doesn't define the kind of jobs, okay, that the young people should be looking at, all right, and the government trying to bridge that, who is going to define what is a job? It is not the role of the school to define what a job is. Neither the parents. And definitely not the kid, not the learner himself, because he is not in it. Who defines the job? I think the economy. All right? And who defines the competencies needed for that job? I think it's the economy. Because job is not only about your passion. So somebody once said that a job coach mentioned that it is a big mistake to tell young people to pursue your passion. Now I realize that it is true, because what is required is not passion. What is required is obsession. Obsession. All right? Now, how the government can respond, in my opinion, is really urgently link education and align education to the economy. And like what Michael mentioned, we have to think of how to make the economy, the educational system more agile, more responsive. Because if the demand side is so agile and the supply side is locked in stone, it will break. It will break. All right? But how to make this more agile, that's really another set of policy challenge.
Jonathan, your views on that?
I love what you're saying about the economy. You're absolutely right. It's the point I made earlier as well. I think it's about connected policy. And I just use the experience of working in lots of countries. So there's one country I work with that has 23 ministries involved in different types of education. And they all have a finger in the pie, and nothing happens because there are too many muddy waters, okay? So I think you've got to have a real connected pathway all the way from preschool, primary, secondary, post-16 and beyond. I do think that there is this thing wrapped up in all of that that's about governance of things like AI. You know, we're all a bit worried about, you know, what kind of views does this put in people's minds? What kind of generation does it look like in the future? But I think governments work on short-termism generally, right? So they're usually in power for a period of time. And so in many places, ministers come in, they do the job, they want something to win for 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, and that's the target, right? Yeah. But actually, skills is a 20-year target, 30-year. You know, Vision 2030 wasn't a 5-minute job. It's a long road with a lot of problems, and we work together as a government to kind of get past it and achieve it. And so I think the short-termism doesn't help. With young people in particular, so I mentioned aspiration, and I would put obsession as one of the key attributes within that. But I think it's about inclusion, maximising all parts of the workforce, all parts of society. So, you know, special education needs can do really great jobs, and they have aspirations too. They don't want to be shoved in some side classroom. They want to be part of everything else, and we have to find ways to bring everybody into that education landscape. And I think finally I would say, and this is where you do a good job, our job, all of our jobs, is to get people to starting points. I can't run their lives for them. I can't worry about them when they're 50. I need to give you enough skills to get on in life and start your life, because the rest of it, you're going to work it out yourself. And I think that's what we're in the business of, is starting points. That's the simplest way of putting it. I just want to pick on a couple of other points. The point about using dysphoria is actually really important, and alumni. Lots of chartered bodies in the UK, you know, have thousands of members around the world, really great people, you know, many of them are, you know, wealthy, but not so wealthy, but definitely skilled, brilliant at their jobs. Maximise that. They are brilliant to be used in education institutes, and they are not. We don't use them enough. And I think the other thing that we haven't really talked about, whether it's an education institute, a government policy, or an employer, is what's the value? Why the hell do we do it? And if we keep doing things that don't work, why are we still doing them? Because we keep doing that, and we keep chucking money at it. I would argue that skills generally is the piece of education chain that receives the least money. And you said it yourself, there is this kind of phobia against technical and vocational. But actually skills is a big word, right, in all sorts of directions. But nobody really wants to talk about it, and it's like, you know, it's a idiot's thing and, you know, dropouts from society. But actually, all vocational education is a brilliant first choice every time choice, never, ever, ever a second choice bad choice.
Great. I'm conscious that, sorry, Saad, please go ahead.
Also, I need to comment. It's about education system now. It's under huge pressure with the latest transformational stages now, with the technology, with the AI, with big data, and so on. But we need to realize that it is not always the responsibility for developing the education system rely on the policymaker or in the school. It is also we need to take into consideration two other factors, the push and pull factor. And now we are pushing the student to study and to remember things. When they finish the exam, they will throw all of the idea. They will come tomorrow. They will not remember anything. This is the biggest problem, and it is not only responsibility or something to know the knowledge. That's why there is a bigger importance about the skills. It is the responsibility of the educator now how to empower them with the skills which it will stay forever with them. If we look also at the technology, it is a tool. It is a great tool, but how can we utilize it? How can we educate the kids and give them the tools to use generative AI? How can we only not to look in the books, instead of that within a second you get the best answer you need, but how to educate them about the ethic, not to copy from generative AI or so on. Now, one of the biggest challenge, and we realize and we address this now with the kids, and especially for the science center, the kids now with the technology, they become working alone. They don't want to be more collaborative. So this is one of the main skills where you need to engage them. Even now, one of the main initiatives for Ilmi with the VR and the AR technology, you are applying the technology and the latest technology, but you need them to work as a group to solve a challenge, to find a solution for an environmental risk or any other thing. So I think communication, collaborative work, growth mindset is very important. This is one of the biggest skills we are focusing on, and to make it all fit together, it is analytical thinking, how to think and to act beyond what is in the classroom. This is something challenging. And to end with, it is not only the task of education system, it is a partnership. It is main responsibility for everyone, and that's fit with the education system. Then it will come for informal learning, how to support and how to apply, because always, and this is it was really funny for the co-creation with the kids, what we are trying. If you will say to them, learn this thing in the school or the normal environment, they will be going away of it. But if you give them a playful experience, they will engage more and more. And they will learn by doing things, something they love.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'd like to echo some of the points of my fellow panelists about the need to think about policy response, building the ecosystem, bridging education, and bringing all these components together. I think that's really what we need for a truly adaptive ecosystem with all the relevant stakeholders. However, the reality in many countries is that it is almost impossible to bridge that ecosystem. So as I was listening into our discussion about policy responses, I'd like to suggest that we broaden our thinking, that policy responses does not have to come only from the government. Because in many governments that we have engaged with or spoken with, the gap is within the government. Just getting the Ministry of Economy, the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Labor to talk and meet together, it's a tall order in itself. To get them to transform their policies, to make it all work together, is going to be very difficult. Now, before we throw our hands up and say, all hope is lost, we cannot do anything, I would suggest that in each of these contexts, whether it's in the context of developing country, the advanced economy, that we think about who are the actors in the system that could play a role in bringing about that policy change that we're aspiring towards, right? And here, maybe I'll give an illustration of some work that we're doing in Mexico, which illustrates this point. The Mexican government, the previous administration and this administration, there were some changes, but I would say that it's safe to say they weren't focused on solving this skills gap, skills problem. And so the way that we saw a big gap in the automotive industry. With the change towards electrification, with Mexico being a major supply chain into the US, and automotive sector was very important for the economy. And how do we bring about that new skills? And so we did some work with a corporate foundation to develop the skills framework, the skills taxonomy. We then work with the industry cluster who has an interest to make sure that the companies that are their members have workers with the right skill. And then we work with some other actors to make sure that we are providing the necessary training and upskilling opportunities. And these other actors are not just a single institution, it's a network of institutions. So in all these different contexts, you could find relevant actors who could play a role that would be similar to what a policymaker would potentially execute on to be able to bridge that. And I think that's applicable in many contexts outside of tightly coordinated countries like Singapore or Korea. So I would suggest that we think about that frame as well.
Great. Maybe I'm conscious of the time, and we don't have a lot of it left. I was wondering if there's any thoughts, any questions from anyone, anything at the back, so that makes it difficult. Can we have a mic maybe to the back here?
No mic, come here. Be a panelist. It's on the way now.
Quickly evolving job. Up here.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Saleh Buttiur, physics and astronomy student at King Saud University. I will speak, you were speaking about from the decision maker's perspective, so I will speak now as a student. I am doing my graduation project now, and at the first and second year of the university, I was normal student who were studying from the textbook, solving the homework. But after a few years, almost everything is done by the AI. It was not my decision. Everyone is doing it. I am not saying it to be true or to be not. So from this observation, we need something. Okay, you were talking about ministries, policy, and these things. But I think raising awareness among the students, and also defining the ethical boundaries, let's say, because these things does not exist for us as students. And to be honest, the quality of my work before AI tools and after, it changed dramatically. But my understanding, exponential decay, almost exponential decay. So I think awareness, and we have a university here in Saudi Arabia, which is KFUBM, King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals, who, let's say, implemented ChatGPT into this, into the educational system. I have a second point, and it is an open-ended question. The joy of science, the triumph of discovery. I am physics and astronomy student, so we have a, let's say, a universal connection between things. I was, for example, at the beginning, trying to build an intuition of a complex idea. But now, I am losing this because I could get the answer easily. I could have someone who will build this intuition for me. So, for example, I visited many museums in London and scientific museum. It was unbelievable. How did they build this, for example? But now we are not thinking. We are just asking the AI tools. So we are losing our ability to build these things. But as a student, we have no choice. I believe that. We have no boundaries. So I don't know how will we be able, as a humans in the future, to be able to sense the beauty of
Kind of wish we had that question a bit earlier, because that's I think it's a really good question. I'm also conscious that we're basically out of time. So anyone want to give us a 30-second response to that?
Okay. It is very depressive as a student to realize that AI is so much ahead of you. Okay? But I can suggest one thing that AI can never do, and that is consequence management. All right, and I urge young people to start looking at the consequences of the decisions and the actions that you make, because that is going to be the value of your job in the future. It's not knowledge, it's not skills, but consequences. Are you able to manage consequences of your actions, other people's actions? That will give you value.
Great.
I will comment on the second question. It's about the importance of science center and museum. I think it will raise the importance, because the people, they will realize only what is in the AI, in the digital world, but sometimes we need to practice the physical experience, the physical action, how to build the robot, how to build anything. That's always the task of a science center, to shift the mind and to build the direction about what is your interest, what is the things you want to be in the future, and especially with the young minds. It is not, we are focusing normally at the science center, not focusing for university and beyond. No, it should be focusing on the young generation, and especially for the 6 to 12 years old, where they want to understand more, what does it mean to be an astronaut? What does it mean to be an engineer? And this is where it will be gain highest interest for the science center.
Gents, I'm getting some signals from the back there. I think we'll have to stop it there. This was really fascinating. Thanks everyone for joining. Thank you certainly for the panel members as well. It was great. Thank you.
Thank you.
and development of education talent in Saudi Arabia. The second round will be about investment. And then from there, we will open it up to the audience for questions. And when questions are asked, we can have some dialogue. They may ask individuals, they may ask, all of us. So we'll try to take it from there, but cross conversation is all, I think, good. I hope that wasn't, is this mic on? I think it's on. Okay, well now everybody knows our secrets, so there you go. Yeah. There should be a countdown here to kick us off.
Anyone footballers are like doing this? It wasn't Mike.
Yeah, it's on.
Adam. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Shake hands afterwards.
Yes.
علي كيف حالك؟ كيف صحتك؟ الله يسلمك.
It's nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
So we were saying it's like having a dinner party with some friends. With people watching you. Exactly.
There's always somebody watching. How are you doing?
Thank you. Very well.
How's life treating you?
Very well. Very happy to be here. As usual.
Don't care for
to be in Saudi. Thanks so much.
This event has been so well organized. I've been coming to Saudi for about 2 years, and the event has been better.
What's up with Nexus?
We're growth venture capital. Yeah, but we do early stage as well. But primarily we're growth. Yeah.
Where are you based?
We're based in Singapore and New York City.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
And hoping to be here.
Inshallah, right?
Yeah. Inshallah. Yeah. We're trying to open an office here this year.
Yeah. We're starting? I think we can start.
It's time.
Okay, welcome everybody. It's hard to know how well you can hear us, so we'll all try to lean into the microphones here so that you guys can hear what we're talking about. We are talking about creating maximum impact for human capital and using investment to do that. And I love this roundtable format. The only thing missing is a kebsa in the middle, so we could all be dining together, but that's not here. So I'd like to just sort of jump into this, and I want to talk about, we'll start off with Your Excellency, because I think that makes sense for setting the table for what we're doing. We're here at the Human Capability Initiative. This is a transformative initiative, and it's a transformative initiative within a larger transformation. Tell us about the importance and the impact of this initiative and the ministry's role in it, and the ministry's goals as it relates to what we're doing here with this forum.
Well, first of all, I'm glad and happy to be part of this roundtable discussion, and with my colleagues here, and hopefully, as you've indicated, that we could give and add value to our audience. So probably people are hearing about Vision 2030, they see it and all that. And the beauty of Vision 2030, that it's so comprehensive for the national interest that it's driving everybody in the country for the common goal of developing the nation in development. As far as the Human Capability Initiative, it's one program as part of Vision 2030. And again, it's a unique program that has never done before globally, that you look at human capability development from early childhood through K-12, through higher education, training and development, and continuous education. And a testimony for that is the conference today. So the conference today is a combination for everybody who has interest in capability development, whether in education and all types of education, or human resources development, or investor in the sector. So the second edition of such a conference, that we're happy that we see interest is increasing and people really are turning their focus into this conference year after year, because we believe that this only will grow with time, that people would draw their attention, that policy development, global initiatives that would come out of such an initiative. Probably the core business for us in the Ministry of Education as part of the Human Capability Initiative is education. So education in the context of, again, in terms of early childhood development, K-12, higher education, vocational training, and university improvement of universities locally, but also the scholarship program where we send our kids abroad. And probably throughout the discussions today, I would love to shed some lights of what the kingdom is doing in all of these, frontiers. But probably two are quite important for us in the kingdom, but also globally. It's no secret that early child development is core for any nation to really develop its people into the future. So we've discovered this as part of developing the Vision 2030. So we used to have in the roundabout of 20% of our kids going to kindergarten, basically. And one of the core initiatives for Vision 2030 is to increase this to 90% by 2030. We are underway of doing this. We've achieved 36%, but in the next 5 years, it's a huge mandate for us to really bridge this gap. And the value for kids to go into kindergarten, basically, it's not only education. It's in terms of their health, in terms of their mental ability, in terms of the value system that you enrich them. So the value people are envisaging that the dollar invested in early childhood, it would return around $10. And there are some estimates that it turn into $17. So probably we could shed more light around early childhood. And the other, probably the other one that would like to highlight focus on that is quite important for the kingdom, but also globally, is special needs education. Special needs and disabled with different disabilities is quite a focus for the kingdom, and we see it also happening globally. And this would require special attention from us. Probably before I turn it back to you, I'd like also to highlight that the transformation that we're doing in the kingdom in the education system is basically like what His Excellency the Minister has said, simplicity. When you have simplicity in the way that you run your business, when you conduct, even the government work, is basically now we're given the mandate for each function and to drive its strategy. So the core business for any education system, teacher, curriculum, and the education environment. So that's why you see, for the first time in the education system in Saudi, we've launched the National Center for Curriculum, and it's doing its partnership with global nations and companies, part of which are the South Koreans, and to develop curriculums that would take us really to the future, including how we utilize AI. The other core business is teacher development. And today was the inauguration of the strategy of the academy, the National Institute for Teachers. And again, we could talk a lot about the importance of teachers. It's the foundation for any education system. And as far as the environment and creating the right environment for kids and students to go to schools, now the ministry is out of any operation. It's all been handed to the private sector. So the private sector now is building and running and doing all the facility management for schools. So basically, as part of Vision 2030, we have a clear roadmap for us to improve our young generations, their achievements in education, and the foundation of it is the governance and the transformation of our system.
Yeah, for $1 invested, $10 return, 10x return. I think Peter and Ehab and I would love that. 10x is always good. Before we move on, I think it's really important that we thank you for hosting this forum, bringing us all together, all the work the ministry has done. And I speak for this table here, but thank you very much for bringing us together for this important forum. Let's move on now. Adam, please take it away.
Thank you very much, and Your Excellency, and everybody around the table, and everyone behind us. It's really great to meet everyone today, and what an exceptional event this has been so far. So thank you for everybody involved. So I think just from an introductory point of view, I'm a owner and co-founder of a company called Hoffman Reed. We're a global executive search, talent advisory organization. We work in 16 cities worldwide. And inshallah, Riyadh will be our 17th city in about 2 to 3 months.
Inshallah.
And so I look at this, Lucian, from two perspectives. One is being within education. We educate executives around the world, but also as an investor. And actually, the third now is I also have founded and run an NGO which supports 5,000 children in South Africa, and those are orphan children. The technical term is OVCs, orphan and vulnerable children. So to the second light that you've spoken about, I have a direct experience in that for 10 years. And I'm very pleased to share today that we're going to be doubling that capability now to 10,000 children over the next 3 to 5 years. And that's solely funded by my organization, and effectively the more successful we are, the more children that we can support. From an investment point of view, just very quickly, we've looked at the Saudi marketplace now for about 4 years. We were going to come here a couple of years earlier, then unfortunately, due to lockdown, we're coming in now. And how we've looked at coming into the country is an nth of how the country has looked at itself in terms of needing to diversify from oil and petrochemicals, which accounts for about 90% of your GDP, and knowing that that has a shelf life, 70 years plus. I know new oil discoveries are being found. So we get the necessity to diversify. And then we understand that from a strategic point of view and vision point of view, Vision 2030 is amazing. You have the financial muscle. And the thing that's required is people, human capital now to execute, to really derive the benefits of that transformation. So coming into the country, we did a strategic review, and we've looked at a couple of key things alongside our executive search capability, where we can bring executives into the country to share their knowledge and help to go and transform the country. Secondly, we have a leadership advisory practice which allows us to support chief executives. But specifically for the Saudi marketplace, we've built an offshore tech capability of 6,000 skills to support AI and digital transformation. But looking at the necessity for Saudization, we have a global platform that develops and distributes tailor-made assessment and development tools. And we work with global companies, for example, Coca-Cola, Hellenic, Wholesome Lafarge. And we've just had those tools written in Arabic coming into the Saudi, coming into the kingdom. So we're now able to assess an entire organization's capability from executives down to experts. That really helps companies understand the capability they have within house, particularly with a view to understanding the Saudi talent and what's required to develop and grow them so they grow to support Vision 2030. So just to summarize, yes, I run a global talent business, but coming into this marketplace, I very much look at it from an investment point of view, what we can do to support the country. And thirdly, in terms of OVCs and young children, how we can support those that don't have much. So thank you for the opportunity to present. Thank
Yes, very good. And the Kingdom recently passed a key milestone with their GDP, with 50% of GDP now non-oil GDP. It was a huge sort of milestone in the progress of the vision. So that just is a wonderful background and great comments. We move over here to Professor Arturo Brie from Switzerland, from the IMD World Competitive Center.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for this great opportunity. I direct the center, the IMD World Competitiveness Center, that has pioneered already 35 years ago the concept of competitiveness as a metric of success for a country. And actually, I'm very glad to be in Saudi Arabia because this is a country that has embraced that idea from the very beginning. And Vision 2030 has been successful, as we have actually highlighted in our rankings. Saudi Arabia has increased by 19 positions in a ranking of 67 economies in the last 5 years, and is the country that has improved the most. And I think this is important because, you know, I want to make just very briefly 4 points. I think the first point about talent and human capability is that a pillar to competitiveness and to the prosperity of countries is education. And it is being prosperity and competitiveness an economic concept, we need to have good education systems. The most successful economies from Denmark to Singapore to Saudi Arabia have good talent development systems. Okay? The second point actually is something that His Excellency has mentioned that I think is very important. Human capability and talent management is not about primary, secondary, or tertiary education. It's a whole process that involves the entire life of a human being. And I think the last part is extremely important because talent development in organizations and also in the public sector is very important beyond the education system. The third point, and I hope that this also a trigger for our discussions later, is that if you look at the most successful countries, with very few exceptions, in education, it has always happened from the top down. That is, it comes through policies, through regulation, and through investment. The only country that we know that has started the educational reform from the bottom is Finland. Other than that, Saudi Arabia, Singapore, Switzerland, Estonia, that have amazing education systems, they will start it through policies. And the last point that I want to throw on the table is that this doesn't mean that it is all about government policies and investment. It requires the involvement of the private sector. That is, once again, because, as Adam points out, we need executive development as well. We need organizations to develop their talent. We need that private capital is also connected to the public sector to develop the talent pool of a country. So you cannot just do everything from the government. You need to involve the corporate sector as well.
I think you made a couple of very good points there, and I want to come back to one of your points after we go around the table, back to His Excellency, talking about investment in early childhood education as sort of the starting point for all of this. Thank you so much. We move on now to Peter Sung, Managing Partner of Nexus Capital. Take it away.
Yeah, first of all, I'm again honored to be here and participate. I think as a Korean, our countries have been working together for a long time, and I think there's a reason for that. The cultures are vastly similar in so many ways, and I appreciate that. As an American also, I think that there are a lot of things that in this day and age we can learn from the kingdom, right? So yeah, I come from the venture capital in terms of growth, deep tech, and AI. So we invest in things like, and I apologize, I'm probably the least linear person probably sitting around this table, but I'll try to keep it in sync. We invest in companies like Cohere, which is working very closely with Aramco and doing a lot of great things in the region. But what I find so fascinating about the kingdom and the clear vision and and we've talked about it a lot. You have a clear-cut strategy, a clear-cut vision, amazing execution, and of course the resources to be able to do that with a population that is eager to grow and evolve, right? And so for me, I've learned a lot over the last 10 years, and now I'm participating more in the kingdom. It's just a fascinating time to be, to participate and try and work with the folks here, because within also, if you look at like my friend Ibrahim Nihaz at NTDP, or and what they're building in the startup ecosystem, and essentially fostering the youth of this country to create opportunities, jobs, that stems back from where you sit, Your Excellency, from education. I find the organic evolution of the ecosystem here to be truly, for me, a model. And so every time I come here, it's really to learn more, because as His Excellency from MCIT said, he said, all I can say to you, this was at a dinner in New York for AI, he said, all I can say to you is come and see for yourself. And that's what I would always say, repeat. Come and see for yourself, because what's going on here is a model for the rest of the world. And I can't iterate enough the fact that the private sector and the public sector here are so in sync, and fostering people from the outside to come to the kingdom and build. It's I think like nowhere else. So I could talk about all the boring VC, deep tech, AI stuff, but I think it's more interesting to talk about how the country is evolving from the youth all the way up. So thank you.
Thank you, Peter. I think the non-linear nature of this roundtable is what is going to make it super interesting, especially when we open it up to dialogue. Echoing your point, there's just nothing you can read about Saudi Arabia that will be as accurate as visiting it yourself, spending time here, seeing what's happening in the ecosystem. So thank you very much. We'll move on now to Dr. Mohamed.
Thank you, Lucian. Malik, shukran. It's my pleasure to be with you today. Just allow me to pinpoint a couple of things. First is that we come from an investment background, and we are a family of educators. So we have invested over 2 billion Saudi riyals in the past 25 years, and we have in the pipeline another 2 billion to be invested in the next 7 years in education, from K to higher education. The second most important thing is the synchronization that Peter was just speaking about. We cannot work alone. We can only work and evolve with our partnership with the Ministry of Education. The minister himself adopts the private sector in this country. The assistant minister himself adopts the private sector in this country. They respond to our messages 24 hours with no vacations, honestly, and thank you so much for that, and thanks to the minister for that. So we feel adopted after very long years of being lonely. Third most important part to understand is that Saudi Arabia that we see today is not Saudi Arabia that we know yesterday. I've lived only 10 years of my life here in Saudi, and the rest of my life I lived between Switzerland, UK, France, and the US. And when I came back to Saudi, I was very, very, very surprised. I wish I have never lived a year outside of this country. The vision and the dream is what motivates us to invest more and more and more. This is not Saudi Arabia that we know in the past. It's the land of the dreams, and it's the land of the future, and it's actually the Saudi dream and not the American dream. What we need to continue that dream as an educational institution or funding of the educational ecosystem is that we would like that this assistant minister and the minister adopts a center, and so the National Center for Case Study Building. We need cases that are local. We need local cases to develop our executives. We need local cases to teach our generations, and we need local stories to be passed on from generation to another. We cannot depend on the East or on the West for case studies anymore. We need local content, and that's something that we will need in the future. Thank you.
Yeah, but local content, big focus, especially for PIF. There's a huge emphasis on that. What you're saying also aligns with what the professor was saying about having these changes in almost all economies and almost all education systems coming from the top. It has to happen, and it's happening here. Thank you so much. Moving over now to Ehab from Murray.
Thank you. First, I would like to start by thanking the Ministry of Education for putting together this amazing event. Last year was a great start, and this year it's even bigger and better. And this is like everything that has been happening in Saudi since the introduction of Vision 2030. Ma'arif education is focused on K-12. And I could say with a lot of conviction that there is no investment opportunity in the world better than Saudi Arabia today. If you look at the size of the population, the wealth of the country, but most importantly, the vision and the clear path and direction and the practical execution that is happening, it translates into numbers and opportunity. We have a very ambitious nation and even more ambitious leadership. And it will take significant amount of investments to realize this vision and to then continue beyond the vision once we get to 2030. 2030 is just the beginning. What are we going to do beyond that? I think that is 2030 is about building the launching pad. So this is the construction phase. We construct and we get there, and that's when we truly launch into the future. So we believe in the investment opportunity in education in Saudi. His Excellency Abu Abdurrahman talked about, that's Engineer Iyad, talked about the different areas of investments, which is early childhood education, special needs, and also vocational training. The numbers goes on and on. And at Ma'arif Education, we hope to be a true partner to the ministry, especially the dynamic movement that we have seen from the Ministry of Education over the last 2 years since His Excellency Yusuf Al-Banyan came into the ministry. And as my colleague has stated, the private sector feels absolutely empowered and feels like a true partner, and the environment is open to global partnerships to bring the best. So we are able to jointly develop this local content and local know-how with also the best inputs from all over the world. We're working on this. We have partners from all over the world, and we welcome even more partnerships to deliver on the ambitions of Vision 2030 and beyond, inshallah.
I think that's very spot on. It does feel like, if it isn't in fact the land of opportunity here in Saudi Arabia, and I think what's really important about it is the buy-in from the people. You can have wonderful strategy, you can have great direction, but here everybody is interested in its success. It ties into what Peter was talking about. Everybody's moving in lockstep. Thank you very much for that. We move now to Alex Adamopoulos from Emergent. Please.
Thank you. First, thank you for the privilege of being here. It's quite an honor to be invited and to participate in such an event on such an important topic. I am the chairman and CEO of a company called Emergent. We've been operating in the market for over 15 years, and we have a very interesting perspective to business. For us, we believe in something we call education-led transformation. And that is because we've all come from industry, and we've worked with organizations our whole careers and have seen these organizations challenged to produce real results and real value because the investment in human capabilities and skills has not been as impactful as we would have hoped. So from a personal level, as a chairman of a board and as a CEO, and for a company that I run, we very much believe in Vision 2030. I can tell you that many countries and organizations could learn a lot from the clarity that Saudi Arabia has when it comes to Vision 2030. The way it's been articulated, the way it's been communicated, the way the country has gotten around it speaks to the values and the depth of the culture and the people in this country. And it would be great to see that taken to other countries and other organizations because it's quite impactful. One of the key things for us in terms of investment here is we believe in this education-led spirit. And now that we're here and we're set up to work and to partner here, it's really important for us to introduce organizations and companies to the reality of how they can embed lasting skills that far exceed technology requirements. One of the things I hope we get to talk about is how technology sometimes is a distraction for the reality of embedding lasting skills and capabilities in people. I've heard the phrase this morning several times, lifelong learning. And I think that's a very simple way of saying this is exactly what is missing in many organizations around the globe, in many public sector organizations and governments, but certainly in companies. Because we have the privilege and the gift of working with most of the world's largest organizations, you would recognize them, our customers. We've seen firsthand the challenges of really embedding lasting change through skills and capabilities. There's too much of a focus just on the technology and not enough on the people. So this is really what I love about this forum. And I think the two most important words in this forum are human and capabilities, because it's exactly what is missing in the market. And we look forward to being a partner and to contributing to the vision.
I should have said last but not least, but I didn't, but thank you so much. Appreciate that. I want to talk about, move to more firmly focus on investment, and we will continue going around the table here for this portion. Your Excellency, let's talk about investment into education, into capabilities, and I want to ask you specifically about early learning, early childhood development, pre-K, where it really all begins, where you mentioned earlier that investment dollar goes 10x or even more. Tell us about the ministry's strategy on investment, what you're thinking about, what you're working on, what's a priority for you?
Fantastic. Well, I'm privileged to be listening to everyone talking about their specific expertise in human capability development, executive training, investing in early childhood, pure investment, and this is the beauty of this conference, absolutely. But let me just probably correct one piece of information. Ministry of Education is part, but it's not the sole entity in Saudi for the Human Capability Initiative. So this is a national program that is led by His Royal Highness. Ministry of Education, yes, probably because of the mandate has a bigger share, but you have the Ministry of Human Resources, the Ministry of Technology, the Ministry of Communications, the Ministry of Industry, so they are all part of developing, this whole integrated system. As you've said in your question, we could work on technical and vocational training, higher education, but if we do not focus on the grassroots from the beginning, we will not be able really to have a perfect future, to have a future that really is unbeatable. So that's why we are starting from the roots, and you could see if you go and look at the documentations of Vision 2030, it's very simple, to have a global competitive citizens. And there are certain KPIs on universities, certain KPIs on K-12, but the very specific KPI that is very ambitious but doable is early childhood, that I just mentioned, going to 90%. And we are very, very clear that in order for us to achieve this in now almost 5 years, we need to focus on quality. So any industry, quality is important, but the industry and the product of education, quality is not an option. It has to be the foremost important item that everybody focuses on. So for us, in order to do this, we are focusing to support the private sector in order to invest in kindergartens, in order to invest in early childhood. So my team, they have tried to have a visualization of this. So we need to invest around 3,000 kindergartens in 5 years. So for investors, that's a clear-cut, specific target for them only in Saudi Arabia, in order for us to achieve the 90%. So we're opening doors for direct investments in in early childhood, whether integrated in K-12 or very specific kindergartens. We're open to public and private partnerships, triple P. We're open to having some of the government entities to be run by qualified private sector. So this is the means. So we're not gonna do it alone as a government, because in order for us to be efficient, to achieve it with the right quality and the right speed, we know that the qualified private or non-profit sector, they will be the partner for us to achieve it. So that's one for the early childhood. And you could cascade this to all the education systems, obviously with relative importance. So K-12, there are huge interest for international schools, specifically for cities like Riyadh, where we have lots and lots of expats, with the transformation of the country doing in attracting foreign countries, regional head offices in Riyadh. The education and quality international schools is becoming really paramount importance for companies even to come and invest in Saudi. So again, we are facilitating a lot of initiatives for investors in international schools to come and invest for quality schools. Universities. Probably one of the very difficult businesses for you to attract is universities, because it's not a commodity, especially top-tier universities. The good thing is that we're not starting from scratch, so we already have public schools that are very recognized. For the first time in our history, we have one school that is in the top 100 schools globally. We have good public system, but it's not good enough for us to take us to where we would like to head as part of Vision 2030. That's why we are working to attract foreign universities to come and invest, either directly in Saudi or in partnership with local investors. Probably the sector that, aside from all this, that is very critical and important is vocational and training. And there is a huge focus currently. We've had really very good success, limited, I would say, success in attracting certain colleges and training centers. But now we're opening the doors, and it comes with logic, right? I mean, the country has opened up new sectors like tourism and entertainment and sports and so on and so forth. This would require attracting training for those sectors. So again, we have a dedicated group as part of TVDC. They're working to attract, again, all global operators. Going back to quality, what we're doing as part of the government is segregation of duties and responsibilities. So yes, we attract investors. Yes, we oversee our public system. Yes, we work with private sectors and companies, but there is an organization, ETEC, that is responsible to qualify and oversee the outcome of all our work. So this is the check and balances that we have in our government. So that's one that ensures that whatever we're doing in the Ministry of Education is being measured by a separate group who are responsible to ensure that we are on track. The other measure for us to measure our success is transparency. So we have now a platform, a digital platform. It's called Madaris. So Madaris translates to schools. So basically all the private sectors now are registering in this platform, where you could go and register, where parents, they could go and see all required information for them to put their kids into the schools. Obviously, how much it costs, the qualifications of their teachers, and in the future, we're working also to see what happened to students who went to those schools, what type of universities that they go to, and so on and so forth. So that's the other element in order to ensure that quality is very, very well intact in terms of our education system.
Yeah, and again, going back to the first point you made about HCI, you can really see the collaborative approach that has gone into this, because upskilling, human capability, it's all tied into basically every industry and every sector, every vertical in Saudi Arabia. Very brilliant. Thank you so much. Let's move on now. Adam, do you think you could talk a little bit about the view on investment from what you're doing? I mean, you're making an investment into Saudi Arabia now by expanding here. I'm interested in that, and then also talk a little bit about the investment ecosystem in a more broad sense, from what you're seeing as somebody who deals with human, capital and talent that is sourced elsewhere.
Yeah, I'll pick the latter question first, Lucien, if I may.
Two-parter, yeah, sorry.
No, I mean, I think I'd like to first say that the youth is the future, children are our future. That's the basis, I think, for what we're talking about, Your Excellency. And then it's then how you inculcate that into the future, and by working with the private sector, you're really able to understand what the demand of skills are going to be, and then you then re-engineer that back right the way to the cradle. So you're then able then to put in place a whole education system that really allows a child, and we all know as majority of parents in this room, that it's the early years, the kindergarten years, that are the most important years in terms of preparing our beautiful children for the future. So by focusing in on kindergartens is 100% the right thing to do, because you're then putting seeds into fertile soil that allows them to grow and thrive as they move forward. And that happens through collaborating with the private sector. So ultimately the private sector there to help inform what demand of skills they need at any given time moving forward. Then you inculcate that into an education system that prepares demand for supply. So that is of critical importance. Then you're matching the delivery of talent through your education systems with the requirements of business at any given time. And you'll be amazed at the gap, the disparity around the world in the supply and demand of skills. And it's so sad to see in countries where there's mass unemployment, and we do a lot of work in developing parts of the world, the talent is there, but there's a mismatch in terms of the supply and demand of talent. So there are tens of thousands of jobs that are vacant, but there are also tens of thousands of people that are being unemployed at the same time. And just by collaborating with the main actors on the stage, government, as well as the private sector, you can then bring that together. And I think I've never been in a part of the world before where the marriage between public and private sector is so strong. And that's when you get change. That's when you get transformational change, and big things can be done quickly. So I just like to say that. And then just quickly to the first point, in terms of the investment here. So you need to take a long-term play in terms of what's happening in the kingdom. And even though there's this 2030 strategy, as discussed earlier on, that's just the foundation from which the country can grow and thrive. So my business is taking a very long-term approach to Saudi. As I said, I operate in 16 cities around the world. Riyadh will be our 17th. So I'm moving myself here to be here. And we're going to go for a gold visa. So we're here not just for the next 5 or 10 years, but we'll be here for a very long time. And the point earlier on that was brought up in terms of having local case studies is absolutely perfect. And as a consequence of that, it's how relatable that is to the citizens, particularly the youth in the country, that can look up and recognize and familiarize themselves with that. So that's going to be absolutely key. So I think one of the takeaways for me, coming in with this global business behind me, is how we can help curate those, to create local content. And that's what I'm doing. So firstly, by designing assessment and development tools, we can assess where organizations are from a capability point of view. We're going to be coaching CEOs, first-time CEOs in the country. We're going to be also looking to put in place a school of board directors. So these investments have been made specifically for Saudi, so that we are able to fundamentally support the Saudization of talent in expert through to exco and board directors. So we want to really partner the kingdom in its transformation.
Welcome to Riyadh. You would be a really cool neighbor, so hope you enjoy. Professor Arturo,
you guys have kids? That's the point to prove that our private sector is working.
Yeah, my children really love it here. There's so much stuff for them to do. So,
We'd
Professor,
love to have all of your kids in our schools.
Yeah,
I've got 5,000 children.
That's a business development. Yeah. Professor Arturo, I'd like for you to pick up on a point that His Excellency said about quality, because you can invest all the money in the world into an education system, but if it isn't really about quality, as Saudi Arabia is doing, then you'll have a lot of inefficiencies and waste, and it won't be effective. Can you talk a little bit about that and how effective investment, efficient investment into education systems is beneficial, and how that bears out in countries around the world and other case studies?
That's a good question. If I want to be factual, because I'm an economist, if you look at countries around the world, the investment in education goes from 2% of GDP to 7.5–8%. Now, there is no correlation whatsoever between amount invested, that Mohammed was talking about, and actually the quality of the talent pool at the end of the day. It is true that investment is a necessary condition, but it's not sufficient. And it's the point that you are making. Very often the success of the system is not just a question of money. And Your Excellency, you actually highlighted two of the important points here. I think one point when you look at success is curriculum. And good curricula do not require money. It's just a question of listening to the labor market and listening to what is happening around the world. Okay? And this is related to speed. I come from a country that has an amazing education system, but the problem of Switzerland compared to Saudi is that we're extremely slow at adapting. That's one point. The second aspect of the quality has to do as well with teachers' accountability. And you were mentioning about, teachers' supervision or measurement of teachers' quality. And obviously here money is an important factor, because we also know that systems that pay teachers more, they have better education systems. And the final point is not necessarily about the internal system of talent management. It's also about talent attraction. So having good regulatory systems that allow countries like, for example, Saudi Arabia to attract foreign talent. Because I tell you one interesting example. In Switzerland, we have one of the best healthcare systems in the world. But the Swiss system does not prepare doctors because it's very expensive. We buy doctors. If you go to a Swiss hospital, you will likely find a French or a Spanish or an Austrian doctor, but not a Swiss doctor, because we don't invest in that. Okay? So facilitating talent attraction is also a key pillar of having a good talent pool, because also finally, this talent that comes from abroad acts as an activator, as a competitiveness pool for the domestic talent. You raise the bar, and then the domestic talent has to compete as well.
Yeah, I think that's spot on, and we're going to move sort of now into the investment wing of talking about this, and we'll start with the venture side. And I want to ask Peter, how do we avoid investing purely in technology and maybe even overfunding technology and underfunding people and capabilities? And I'd love to hear your perspective on how you sort of view your approach to investments when it comes to sort of the people behind it, the people supporting it, the people involved in it, and how they can benefit versus just the VC guys.
I think this is a perfect question, honestly, for me, because I had the great fortune of speaking at LEAP a few months ago, and I was put on a fireside about data, and it was about data as an investment sort of component or thesis. The funny part of that is, out of our partners, and particularly my very close partner, Mazi Pilsticker, he's probably more of the data and serious underwriting component. So what I'll quickly get to is I'm more of a qualitative person, although I do think I have very good instincts. But I always used to say, and I still say, we bet on the jockey. I bet on people. So this is very apropos to this discussion because at the end of the day, yeah, a lot of people could have the same ideas or the same concepts or the same types of companies, but ultimately you're betting on a person to carry who you can see carrying something over not just one finish line, but a series of finish lines. That stems all the way back, and this, of course, goes back to me not being linear, but it goes back to education, right? So anecdotally, I'm going to have my first child in under 60 days. So hearing His Excellency talk about kindergarten, and this is another talking point when I go home to convince my wife to move to Riyadh, which I've been doing for the last year, I think it goes back to education, right? So when you, again, look at the ecosystem that MCIT and the whole collective is trying to build out, it is all organically tied, right? And so you could see that education is a huge part of who these founders are here locally that we want to invest in, and that's what we're, again, inshallah, for us to be here in Riyadh to open our office, to invest in local founders, but they have to have the right education. And so I think my thesis, again, of course I'm a quantitative person as well, but I tend to look at the people, right? And again, there's a cultural element at the KSA that stems to other cultures as well that fosters this kind of this growth, because it's all sort of like, it is an ideal ecosystem, right? And so through that ideal ecosystem, you're building from kids on up. Those are the people who are going to be the future leaders of the world, future leaders of these companies. And so for me, it's an exciting time, right? As also someone who's going to be a father soon, like when I hear like a Dario from Anthropic or Aiden Gomez talking about like the lifespans are going to change, are going to be vastly longer, right? And you can see also, if you look at the Ministry of Health here, it's all tied, right? So they're focused on longevity and a population under 30, right? Like they're gonna live maybe over 100 plus, or Dario says 140, Aiden says 140 years, right? So I think it's an exciting time to bet on kids and people, not just in the kingdom, but all over the world. But the kingdom is proving that that's the model that we should all aspire to. So,
yeah, your life's about to change. My wife loves it here, I think, more than I do, which is surprising to me. But
she should talk to my wife.
No problem. Small fee. I got you. Yeah. And what you said about betting on the jockey, not the horse. I mean, you know, that really rings true. The jockey is never really in a deck. It's just sort of what you look and feel. And so you know a leader when you see it. And how do you develop those leaders? Very well said. Dr. Mohamed, on to you. I want to ask you sort of more broadly, because we are sort of in the investment part of the clock here. What needs to be a priority in investment into education in the next 5 to 10 years, in your view?
Thank you for this question. I think it's really important, and I will start from where my colleague has ended again. I like him a lot, and yeah.
Likewise.
Yes, thank you. So he said right education, so the right education. But what is right today may not be right tomorrow. So we as educators and investors and policymakers need to think of tomorrow. And tomorrow does not mean the 14th of April. It means 2050, 2060, 2080. The world will not tolerate more CO2 into the environment. Humanity are not gonna stay for as healthy as they are 50 years from today. So we need to think of what is needed tomorrow. We all acknowledge that the digital economy has taken the physical economy out of its boxes. The digital economy is ruling today. So what programs do we have in our universities that align with tomorrow's economy? I'm not sure. What policymakers have on their own tables that align with our investment capabilities. I believe we need to have another table with policymakers whereby no policy should be made public until it aligns with the private sector as well, because the Vision 2030 calls for the transfer of capital or investments from the public to the private.
Yeah.
So that privatization initiative needs a partnership of thought and also needs alignment of the future. The future is so much different than what we have today. When I mentioned that we will be investing 2 billion in the Saudi market, what I actually meant that 2 billion in developing new programs that are not related to today's skills, that are very much related to tomorrow's skills. After they graduate from Ma'arif, then they come into our university system. So this is exactly how I was thinking about it.
I think there's a JV coming up here somewhere. I mean,
Maybe, yes.
Well, the only constant in the world is change. I think that makes a lot of sense. So we'll go to Ehab now, and I want to ask you also same question. Next 5 years, next 10 years, investments. You're growing very quickly. What's the horizon look like for you guys?
I think if we look at the opportunity in Saudi today, if we go back 30 years with digital technologies, communication, a sector that I know well, I came from. If we look to a lot of developing economies in Asia, in Latin America, even in Africa, as new technologies became available, mobile technologies, wireless, a lot of the countries leapfrogged. They didn't go the traditional route that happened in Europe or even North America, where you lay copper cables and you do, the old phone that was in the house. They moved straight to wireless phones, devices that enabled these economies to do a lot of catch-up. I think when it comes to human capability and education in Saudi Arabia today, we have a very similar opportunity. Given the elements and the resources that are available for investments, guided by the vision, we truly have the ability to leapfrog and to have the schools of the future, the institutions of training of the future. So instead of us trying to just have a school that looks like what a modern school is today in Europe or in the US, we actually could be leading the world in defining what the school of the future is going to look like, because we don't have the same legacy that we have to work with. And this is a huge advantage. And we have the young population, and we have the huge ambitions, and we have the resources and the returns that makes Peter and me very excited, right? That this actually comes. A lot of people here talked about the close working relationship between the government and the private sector in Saudi. And the benefit of this, usually private sector has a little bit of short-term view. The government, much longer, policymakers, they could see around the corners and into the future. By having these two work together, the policymakers help the private sector to have a slightly longer view. Private sector puts more pressure on the policymakers to have the investment returns more realistic and more grounded. And this tension, I think, truly helps us to deliver in the next 5 years and beyond in Saudi, where I think we can truly be one of the beacons of education in the world.
Uninhibited by the legacy systems. I remember my high school locker. I'm sure it's still there. It was also 50 years old at the time. Very, very, very good. Alex, let's finish out with you.
The lockers we're putting here are all digital,
yeah,
and wireless, and
no
stuff,
home economics.
because we don't have that
yeah,
old legacy.
Exactly. Start fresh. Yeah. I want to ask you, Alex. It was the point we talked about before coming on stage, but you talked a little bit about transformation fatigue, and I think it's a good way to end this session. One of those sessions where the organizers are happy because we can finish roughly on time, but we won't have time for Q&A. I'm very sorry. So you guys will have to be my bodyguards on the way out of here. But I'd like for you to talk about sort of transformation fatigue and what that is and how it can be dealt with and combated.
Okay. So we see the world through 3 different lenses. One is we operate a very sophisticated AI and machine learning lab as a company. We've been doing that since 2018. Second thing is we help organizations by using a platform we have called Praxis, which teaches people in all roles and inside an organization on how to become exceptional at product strategy. We view the world that everything a company or organization does is a product. Whether it's a vaccine, a curriculum, a car, no matter what they're producing, there's a product mindset that has to occur. And when we look at it from an investment perspective, even the World Economic Forum in their Future of Jobs report in 2023 said there are 3 emerging jobs that will be most significant in the years to come. AI-related competency, business development, which I don't really know what that means other than sales, and product management. And product management is our core work, which leads me to the third lens, because we get to work with some great organizations, we do research. About 6-7 months ago, we published our previous annual research study called Transformation Fatigue. And transformation fatigue is a real problem. People are tired. People are weary with all the change. We spoke to over 800 global organizations over the course of last year. And this is it's not just the 800. If you look at any analyst firm, you'll see the same data. And we learned some interesting things. We learned that, for example, from an investment perspective, 50% of those companies' boards of directors have voted to move digital budgets away from IT into the business. Why? Because here's the problem with AI. Everyone thinks AI is a technology deployment. It's not. It's a business initiative. If you don't get the business initiative and you can't answer the exam question, which is, what problem are we trying to solve? Then you're just going to keep buying technology, and it's going to be a wasted investment. And of those companies that we spoke to, over 70% of the CEOs of those companies have a direct involvement now with their technology strategy because it's a business initiative. See, transformation fatigue isn't because people are just going through transformations and they're tired. In fact, I don't know if you know this, a very interesting statistic is 50% of employees that you speak to across companies will tell you that in the last 5 years, they've gone through 5 or more transformations. That's because you keep having reorganizations of leaders, or the strategy wasn't well defined, or people just haven't really looked at it in the correct way. So when we look at it from an investment cycle, what we're looking at is how do you produce measurable value? And how do you produce value that has something tangible, something you can define? The problem we have with words, unfortunately, is definitions. And so, one of the other studies that we saw externally by MIT Sloan School of Management, this is a 5-year study, but they've just vetted the data again. 10%, only 10% of companies that have invested in AI have seen any material gains from them. Why? Because the other 90% have not employed a key discipline. Does anyone want to guess what that discipline was? Product management, product strategy. So this is a common trend that we're seeing now, that from an investment perspective, you have to have an end-to-end view. It has to be supported by the executive team of any organization, public or private, and it has to have a business-stated initiative around it. Otherwise, it will fail. We'll be looking at the same stats we've been looking at for the last 30 years, which everyone knows now, which is over 70% of large programs fail because they're not well understood or bought into.
And with that, we have to conclude the panel today. But I just want to say thank you to all of you for this unbelievable grouping of perspectives and sharing your ideas and your viewpoints. Please, everybody, a round of applause for panelists.
And thank you, Lucien.
the King Abdulaziz Center for World Culture في الظهران في الدمام. And the reason I'm on the panel is probably not arts and culture, but because we have an extensive global program on digital well-being that started 3 years ago and has become a major player that I'll hopefully be able to shed some experience and light on.
Fantastic. Please.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Guillermo. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for having us. Thank you for having me. This is my second time, so it's always good to be back to the kingdom. My name is Muzammil Khidir Ahmed. I'm the Chief People and Culture Officer for Baker Hughes. Baker Hughes is an energy technology company. We work in around 120 countries in the world, and we're very pleased to be represented here. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Randa.
Professor Randa Rez, Head of Educational Media at Cairo University, and actually Secretary General for our Council for Social Responsibility. I'm working also as in the President Office in Egypt for Sustainable Development.
Fantastic. Mike.
Hi, my name is Mike Dolworth. I'm the founder and CEO of a company based out of San Francisco, California, called Executive Networks. And we've been working with big corporations like Baker Hughes and others all around the world, kind of global 1,000 companies, on this topic of well-being and what we like to call flourishing. And I'll get into that a little bit as we talk. And we have a deep partnership with something called the Human Flourishing Program at Harvard University. So I'll also talk a little bit about that.
Fantastic. And Guillermo Miranda, I have the honor and the pleasure to share this conversation. I am the senior advisor of Better App, a company headquartered in Austin that is a global platform for well-being and digital coaching. And I am also the co-founder of Atlas Copilot, a company headquartered in London that is an advisor for human resources. It's a generative AI advisor for human resources. Again, it's my second time here, so I really enjoy the pleasure. But let's start with what is the topic of our conversation. We spend most of our adult life working, being part of a market society that requires to generate resources to live and provide for our families. Now, working for our organizations, of ourselves as entrepreneurs, it requires spending hours with other people, completing tasks and refining our abilities. And there is a requirement to bring our whole person to work, and that requires something beyond the physical well-being, which is the mental health of being engaged, of drive productivity, performance, and joy in the day-to-day. So that's what we will try to explore today, to unpack those factors and to have better insights on how well-being drives performance in organizations and general good for society. So why we don't start with what is well-being, why organizations should care about it, and Abdullah, can you help us and give us some insights of the basics of well-being?
Yeah, sure. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. So I think defining well-being is going to be very difficult. It'll be very different for every person here, but also around the table. And I'll concern myself with splitting it into two. So there's the state of what you want to be at. I think that's, which I'll define a bit further, but also the circumstance. So for me, well-being is the ability, so that's the first part. It's the ability to be able to make choice around various parameters in your life, whether they're biological elements that are vital, or whether they're social elements, or whether they extend beyond that. And if you have that capacity and that choice, then you probably have the space to become a well-being person. Where if you choose correctly and if you make the right balances, you can achieve harmony within the goals that you've set among yourself, whatever they are. So for me personally, I'd say, for example, I have parameters that I want to set that are spiritual, social, biological, etc. And my being given the ability to balance all of that is how I achieve my own well-being, right? And so for me, the second part of your question is probably more interesting. because it talks about why it's important for corporations. I'll expand that. I'll say it's much more important for individuals than corporations, and corporations are made out of people. And so if we look at people and where we are today, we're more stressed than ever. We turn off less than ever. We feel that we have less choice than ever, despite having a variety of options. And all of that leads to all of the stats and figures that maybe we'll get into throughout the conversation around biological signs going up, or economic losses due to well-being, and etc. So out of not hogging the mic, maybe I'll pause there, and then we can explore some of the other elements later.
Absolutely, no. I like the clarity. You need to thrive as a person, and you need to be inspired as a leader for the group and the organization. At Better Up, we call that the whole person model. So you need to understand all aspects of a person. And then the very clear is about choice. Having choice brings you well-being. Any additional comments from the table?
Well, I spent a lot of time trying to figure out what organizations were trying to measure. And, you know, historically, we've been measuring things like employee satisfaction, let's say 30 years ago. And then, you know, Gallup came along and it turned into engagement. And then I think we started looking, to your point, to the whole human and how do you measure that? And that actually took me on a journey of looking at the best, let's call them academic institutions in the world, whether it was Harvard, whether it was Oxford, whether it was Wharton. There were professors there that all had different frameworks. You know, Wharton was around happiness, you know, other types of models. And I ended up with Harvard and something called the Human Flourishing Program at Harvard. And this professor there, Tyler Vanderweel, has a framework that I think is the most encompassing, you know, measure and framework that I've come across. And it is mental health, physical health, relationship health, financial health, meaning and purpose, character and virtue, and happiness and life satisfaction. So it's actually 7 different dimensions. And then how do those dimensions get actuated? So how does it actually affect, you know, society and organization? Well, it affects through family first, those aspects in terms of your family, how are you doing, right? And the second one is work, right? For a lot of us, that's an important part of our, you know, daily life is going to work. The third is education as a system, as a process. And the fourth is spirituality or religion. And so they look at it from all of those different domains, in a sense, and these pathways of actualization. And there's just one quick thing there is they're studying right now this framework in 22 countries, measuring 200,000 people for 5 years every month. And so it's the biggest and most comprehensive survey and data set around flourishing ever attempted. It's a $50 million 5-year study. And the first year of that study outcome is on April 30th. And so we will send out, if you're interested, and Gallup is the organization doing the data collection.
Fantastic. Now, you touched something important, that is the sphere of work and how organizations create culture, how you nurture, shape the collective and individual well-being. Professor Risk, maybe you can enlighten us a little of the culture behind.
I'm trying. Thanks a lot. Culture is the value, teamwork, and the collaboration, and help individuals and feel supported and valued. I have a question. Why well-being and social responsibility? From my point of view, it's a point to answer why well-being in 3 points. Enhance brand trust and reputation, improves employee retention and engagement, drive community support and sustainability. According to the 7 well-being, my colleagues told, physical, social, spiritual, environmental, financial, occupational, emotional, and intellectual, all of them. The social responsibility critical for students' development, active citizen, and it can help them to develop empathy, critical thinking, and problem-solving skills. Well-being interactive in education, such as mindfulness programs, consulting services, and physical activities programs. There are many initiatives that promote social responsibility in education. Community service programs, volunteer work, environmental education, well-being essential for employees, productive job satisfaction, and the motivation and engagement. This is my point of view.
Very good, very good. Musamil, what about organizational culture in Baker, such a big company, 120 countries? How you manage that with the vision of well-being as a goal on a business outcome?
So for us, well-being is more than just a perk. It's a strategic priority.
Okay.
And we see that the burnout is becoming like a business risk, okay? For a company like us, as I said, we are an energy technology company. We work with the brightest minds in the industry. So we have field engineers, data scientists who impact daily people's life and the work economy, meaning that every decision they make has an impact on safety, has an impact on productivity, profitability, and efficiencies. So it can definitely burden the whole system if we don't care about the well-being of our employees. And we have a motto within our company, people first, energy forward. So it all starts with a human being, and we pay a lot of attention. Actually, we just launched a survey back in November just to get the view and listen to our employees and how do they think of their well-being. And it's very much in line with what my colleagues just said. So that's
Fantastic. So if we consider well-being a competitive advantage, how you can help us to unpack that in organization? How you drive performance? You have been working with large organizations for some years. How well-being can be a competitive advantage, Mike? What do you think? What you have seen in your clients?
Yeah. So it's very mixed, I would have to say, in the global 1,000. So that's the companies that have 10 billion and above, in a sense, in revenues. The pandemic was an interesting time because I think for organizations, they really had to care for their employees in a very, very different way than they did, let's call it, pre-pandemic. And there was a lot of emphasis on like mental health, during the pandemic and, working remotely and the impact that that had on, social structures and work structures and everything. So I think there was a lot of emphasis, and there were a lot of, I live in Silicon Valley, there was, thousands of startups in the mental health and flourishing, well-being space. I don't have very many examples, I would have to say, where things have really progressed that far from where we were during the pandemic. I think there's a couple companies that I might highlight. One would be Delta Airlines. And one of the ways that they made it a priority is they hired a chief medical officer who sat in the office of the CEO, I mean physically like next door to the CEO, and then they built out a very sophisticated analytics team to really dig into it, not in this kind of high-level way, but in a very specific way. So for the people that are like on the front lines of Delta Airlines, that were getting abused by passengers, during the pandemic and everything around masks and everything that was going on, they really were struggling with their mental health, and even, physically they felt at risk going to work. So they had to deal with it as an organization. We were talking about Unilever, and their focus, and they really did a lot around matching the employee purpose to the organizational purpose and really spending a lot of time focused in on that. So it's only one of the 7 domains in Tyler's model, but they went deep and they did it, holistically. So I think there are some good examples out there, but I've also seen examples like at MetLife where the CHRO was the sponsor of a pretty big initiative at MetLife, and she just retired, and the new CHRO came in and demolished the program, and so that means that it wasn't part of the culture, at the end of the day, because it only survived because of the sponsorship of a senior leader.
Yeah, very, very interesting times. Being an advantage for business or for every day is very important, but I think we can also see the broader societal impact of well-being. So, Dr. Batul, how have you seen in the kingdom is preparing the next generation of scientists and innovators to thrive and become fulfilled individuals in the knowledge economy?
Thank you, Guillermo. This is a very interesting question. Maybe for the purpose of this question, I'll zoom out a little bit and talk a little bit about Vision 2030, which relies on diversification of the economy to achieve a thriving nation, a very ambitious and a thriving economy for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And if you really think about it, it puts the individual at the core of this roadmap because we truly need the human talent to build that kind of vision and to realize it, but we also need to help those individuals to grow into those aspirations and to be capable of achieving the aspirations. Now I'm going to touch on the research, development, and innovation specifically, because there are so many big ambitions that are set for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We heard today about the increase in spending on research, development, and innovation from the national GDP to reach 2.5% of the kingdom's GDP by 2050. And that is, of course, going to bring back to the economy $60 billion by 2060. And what we're doing is that we're building the next generation of innovators and research and development scientists. And we do that through different modalities. So we realize that human talent is one of the important assets that we have. So we do that through early exposure. We have programs, enrichment programs for summer, hosting summer students that are from high school, where they get incubated or hosted within our labs, and they do real-life experiments. They get exposure to the latest technologies. They go and compete into, for example, the creativity, the ISIF awards, and this is where we are planting a seed for the next generation of innovators. What we always do is also guide them along the way. So we have mentorship programs and we have postgraduate programs. We also have a collaboration with MIT to sponsor Saudi women to undertake postdoctoral training. So they go on a 1 or a 2-year program at MIT to upskill their talents and capabilities, even after they have acquired the PhD. And that is some of the attempts that we are putting efforts to build those future generation of scientific innovators.
Fantastic. Society is a big space, and there are many initiatives that we can see. I am a U.S. citizen, and I live in Madrid, but I am a U.S. citizen. So I have witnessed what is happening since January in the U.S. in terms of how some of these initiatives not necessarily are any longer at the forefront of the force of the government. What is your take, Mike? You live in San Francisco, and you have seen this without having a political point, just observation of what is happening with maybe we went too far, we went too short, and things are changing very quickly for society.
Well, I would kind of go back to go forward, and maybe you're familiar with the Edelman Trust Barometer, and so the Edelman Trust Barometer is a measure of institutional trust across government, nonprofits, corporations, sectors. And, for years now, the trust barometer has been dropping quite significantly across all sectors, where it historically, pre-pandemic, it still had pretty positive scores, was around corporations. It was almost like corporations and the leaders in corporations were the last group that we actually trusted. That's really degraded, I think, since then, and now the numbers are pretty bad even for, you know, the corporate sector. And part of that is this issue of corporations trying to figure out where the line is, at least, again, in the United States, around things, societal issues that they engage with and have a point of view on versus they don't, right? And I know this would be like a board conversation, like what do we say? And, you know, we've had some pretty horrific things happen, you know, in the United States around, you know, social unrest and different, you know, police violence and things like that against individuals. And so I think that, you know, the structure is starting to break down in a pretty significant way. But we were also talking about this whole movement against DE&I, which I think is a really interesting one, that this has actually become a thing, I have to say, because in my client base, you know, again, global 1,000 companies, it's not a thing. It's a business imperative. They're making these decisions not for some political, ideological purpose. It's because we need a diverse workforce. Our client base, our customer base is diverse. We're working in 120 countries around the world. We need a diverse workforce. And so I think that, you know, Jamie Dimon sometimes is not my favorite person in the world, but he came out really forceful about this and said, listen, this is a business imperative, and we were talking about that. So what do you think at Baker Hughes?
So for us, as you said, we stay very firm to our values, our core values.
Core values.
We are a global company, so our stand doesn't really change because of an election. And that's not only in the US, that's across the globe. So for us, the way we see it, it's an evolution, okay? We actually, back in July last year, I presented to our board of directors that we are evolving on the DI space to make it more into diversity, inclusion, and belonging, okay? And I had to explain, and my analogy at that time, I said, for you to include someone is like inviting someone to the party. Belonging is when you accept to be part of the party. Okay? And that's an evolution. And the challenge to me at the time was, what did you do with the E, you know, the equity? And what we presented was that it's embedded in every process we have in our ecosystem. The way we hire, the way we train, the way we develop, the way we retain. And actually we got a consensus, and to be completely honest with you, today it's paying way too much in our favor compared to other competitors that we have. So actually we are very proud from where we stand today.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
And according to this well-being and CSR integration framework, it's according to leadership, employee well-being, engagement and health, community impact, trust and sustainability. I think this is the framework we can working together through the CSR integration with well-being. And actually, I have the CSR focus area through education. Education and environmental, health, economic, and the community development. This is the focus of CSR according to this area. The corporate social responsibility key aspects in long term. I think احنا sustainability and market responsibility, ethics, sustainability, resource and goals we need to looking for. Investing in well-being paths reduced, first one, reduced turnover and absence, increased productivity and engagement, improved moral and company culture, enhanced recruitment and retention, potential for a 21% increase in profitability. Thank you.
So the topic of belonging and being part of the system is something that I have observed deeply. I worked many years also in large corporations at IBM and then at Boeing. And when you are able to drive a culture that works like the operating system of the human groups, of society, of organizations, and you feel that you are part of this operating system, not because of a legal paper that says that you are an employee or you are part of the extended workforce, but because you believe that you can make a difference. You believe that they are counting on you to make a difference. So this is this tension between the company and the employees and how you drive this forward. It becomes a multiplier of output. I have a distribute thing at some point when I was the chief learning officer of IBM. And I clearly remember that by the standard productivity of what we're doing, we will not be able to launch the new platform and the new framework of digital skills for the corporation. And there were two options. One option was to hire more people and try to throw more heads into it. And the other option was to do an appeal to the team to do an extra mile of work, effort, creativity. And because we were very clear on how core that was for the company and the sense of belonging, we actually did what we have to do in a shorter time based on engagement. And I didn't have to go to the CFO to ask for more money for additional resources. I went to the CFO for a bonus after everything was deployed. But the piece of feeling that you are part of something, that you are able to put this additional effort, the belonging beyond the stickers that you can put to movements is very important, and is one of the legs of well-being, is one of the legs of innovation.
Yeah,
I see you.
I agree, but I also think we need to be very careful, right? If you look, your statement is exactly the nuance that we need to watch out for, because as people feel more belonging, I know a lot of business leaders call their teams families, right? What happens is it's very hard to say no to family, right? So if I feel like I'm fully integrated at work, and I can't not respond to the email, and I can't not respond to the call, and I need to do extra work because everybody else is chipping in, right? Because that's when I'm left out, that's when well-being is impacted. What does happen is, like you said, output will be great. Even if you're engaged, there are ramifications on your well-being, right? It's like you can play sports and you're fully engaged, but at one point your body is going to ask you to stop, right? And so that level of enjoyment, the Microsoft CEO mentioned that we're in a productivity paranoia, right? As corporations, that needs to stop. That's Microsoft's CEO. Our research in Sync is done in 35 countries around the world with thousands of people, and 60% of young individuals say they can't no longer distinguish between work and personal, right? And so, although you want people to fully engage during working hours, what you want to do is to have the ability as a corporation to cut that off when people need to have a choice afterwards. So that's I think the difficult balance to do.
Yes, I fully agree, by the way. Let me give you an example of how you can act. So this paranoia of productivity is absolutely real. And we have a very engaged team in the operation of IBM in Brazil. But the general manager was precisely concerned that this was getting into the burnout limit. So what they did is at 6 p.m., they will turn off the electricity of the building and just have the elevators working and say, hey, time to go home. Thank you very much. If you really need to do something that is important, there was one floor that will have people, and it turned, if you go there, it's because you were not able to complete your task you were too social or distracted. And it was a very good counterbalance, and it took shutting down the electricity of the building. But it was an experiment. I fully agree with this nuance. How do you see in your institutions? What do you do with fully engaged employees that believe they are part of family?
That is maybe, I would say that is going to be the $1 million question. It's like, it's exactly as Abdullah was saying, and I was really looking forward to hear about the digital well-being initiative that they're running. But at some point, you're really at a point where you can't tell there is no distinction between work and personal, because We live in a world where it's expected a lot more from us than it used to be before, and with the ever-changing, circumstances and changes that we're all surrounded with, we really have to adopt those traits that allow us to be agile, to allow us to be flexible, but also to draw the boundaries and to also put mental well-being and employees' well-being for the purpose of productivity, because then at the end, the organization is going to be compromised, and the well-being of the organization, fuel and engine, which is the people, is going to be very much compromised. So it is a very difficult balance, but we have within our corporations some policies that are now embedded within our practice. And it's also part of the learning. So it's part of the coaching, the mentorship that we do with our employees. We always try to bring in those values, and it's also good to always take a break, to have a vision where you would actually see things, and then you would see things with clarity. You would be able to make better decisions if you just slow down a little bit, rather than just be consumed within the work and just be, exhausted and overwhelmed with all the tasks that we're doing. But
no,
I'm
the
really
other comment I was going to
curious.
say is that regulation is, of course, one solution, right? So in our survey, we do in the 30 countries, I think around half now have a right to disconnect as a legal right for you in the country. That maybe, I don't know if it'll continue or not, whether that's projected to grow and expand, or whether it will fail. But regulation is definitely one way, and that can be corporate-wide regulation, or it can be country-wide regulation, or whatever it is. But I think as we get more connected, governments and, let's say, institutions are going to have to play a role to break this divide, because it's completely infiltrated, I think, our systems,
Yes. Well, talking about productivity and this paranoia of productivity, I think that the point that we have not yet touched is artificial intelligence will change again the game. And on one hand, you can consider, now with artificial intelligence and the support of my agent, my digital worker, I will have more space for myself, for my well-being. On the other side, you can see that there is going to be an extreme pressure to relearn everything again, to be able to drive the productivity just not alone, but as an entire workforce. I was in San Francisco the other day in the kickoff of Salesforce, and Mark Benioff says, I am the last generation of CEOs that is running a only human workforce. The next generation will run a hybrid workforce of digital workers and humans. Now, in that context, how do we think AI will facilitate well-being, will facilitate balance, or will be a challenge to overcome? And I just put this in the table.
I think there are two parts, right? I'm sorry, I'm maybe giving off Pierre. There's the part of
We
what...
like the passion.
I know, thank you. There's a part of what AI will do for work, and there's the part of where we are today now, where we're on the brink, but AI hasn't yet come to work, right? So it's maybe, I'd say, seeping in certain parts. And I'm much more concerned about the part now because it's clear. So I think there are seismic changes that happen, and people struggle with change, right? So COVID was a seismic change that abrupted, and people struggle with it. But the advantage COVID had is that it's very clear. Like, it's very clear what we need to do, or at least what we decided to do, right? We decided that it was going to be social distancing. We decided that some people would stay at home. 3, 4, 5 clear things that we're going to do. It makes that anxiety around change much less. The problem with AI is that we're not sure what's going to happen, what its implication is. So the first impact of AI on well-being is the fact that there is a conversation about AI, right? That's the first impact.
It's coming.
And it's coming. And
the robots are coming.
Our survey shows that people are completely split on this, right? Individually split. So what I mean is that 70% are excited by AI, and then 70% are extremely concerned by AI. So what does that tell you? That tells you that I'm not really sure what's going to happen. And can you imagine a person who's both excited and fearful or anxious about something? So I think the role that corporations and governments can play now is trying to provide clarity on roadmaps. As I know how AI will be integrated in my environment, I'll be better equipped to deal with it. That's one simple way, for example.
Very good. What about the technology helping us to understand human beings, the genomics behind the acceleration, the personalization of how
Thank you, Guillermo. We were talking about the potential that genomics brings in and big data science and what different layers of the data that we can put together to unlock so many things about the human potential. So, for example, the discussion around genomics is not only limited to inherited diseases or disease health and wellness, but it can also help us to augment those human abilities. So, for example, we can enhance our cognitive abilities, we can enhance our performance. We could free up a lot of the mental, clutter that we've got. So AI can work on, crushing the numbers, giving us the insights, doing that, and then we can use our mental abilities to further optimize and make better decisions. But at the core of all of that is the human-centric approach. So the humans are actually people who are building these technologies. And if you think about verification or authentication, sometimes when you go on websites, the machine actually asks you a question to make sure that you are human. So it is truly built by humans, but then it has to be human-centric. We have to think about the values. We have to think about what we are embedding with those algorithms. But going back to the idea of genomics, if we combine the different layers of those data points, including genomics, behavior, lifestyle, food, everything that we do, we'll be able to categorize, or we'll be able to make better categorization for example, sports scouting. We'll be able to enhance our mental capabilities. We'll be able to help our children with learning disabilities have personalized maybe learning experiences that are tailored for their needs. And that is, again, the power of data. We just have to think about how we're going to utilize it and what are we doing to elevate the human mankind, thinking about sustainability, thinking about all of the achievements that we're aspiring for. That is my opinion on that.
Well, one of the things that I'm very concerned about, though, in this context are young people or people coming into the workforce or going into college and to the workforce. So the data is very clear that like I have a 21-year-old, and we did an experiment with his generation around social media and the access to these devices. And it was, all the data that at least I'm seeing is pretty damaging to them. And now what? And in the context of then the pandemic, of them living through the pandemic at this age cohort, let's say 18 to 25-year-olds, is they're the only cohort that in the context of flourishing, this measure that they do at Harvard, it's the only cohort that didn't come back to the mean after the pandemic. So every other, generation, in a sense, out to older people, all came back to the pre-pandemic mean, except 18 to 25-year-olds. And so what is going on with them, that is very different? And then now we're putting them into this construct of generative AI. And I think we have to also very much differentiate between AI and generative AI, right? I mean, algorithmic AI has nothing to do with generative AI. I mean, it's a totally different way of building these interfaces and this logic within the construct of what these things do. And they're going to be our guinea pigs again. So my 21-year-old son who's in school is now trying to figure out, how do we use this? What's okay and not okay about this? And I don't know if you saw in the news yesterday, Anthropic just came out with a research report on this, where they went through the different ways that different types of students at a college level are utilizing this technology and embracing it or not. And then the academics, their professors, are trying to figure out what's okay and not okay too for them to apply, and how do they even know, right? So we're in this, very new world. And let's face it, generative AI is less than 2 years old as a thing, right? I mean, it's a brand new thing that we really don't know much of anything about what its impact is going to be on us and society as a whole.
I think our research shows that 85% of countries do not have an ethical framework for AI yet. And so for me, that's like building cars at mass for everybody to use, but there are no rules on the road. So there are no traffic lights. You don't know there's a stop sign. There's no roundabout. And everybody just drives, and if they crash, we'll figure it out later, you know? So that's, I think, the challenge with this. The technology is much faster than regulation.
يعني according to this issue, I think we have two sides, negative one and the positive one. I'm starting with the positive impact, personalized healthcare, and also mental health support and increased accessibility. This is the positive side. But in the negative one, job displacements, because in the AI, all of us are afraid from the AI will be replacement, human by AI. Bias and the discrimination, overlines technology, and the AI-powered wellness, and also the ethical concentration, especially in accountability, human oversight, and I think this is very important, especially when speaking in the first of our round table about the culture. The ethical issues is very important between cooperation between the AI and the human.
Let me throw one more element here. So some organizations started to experiment with universal basic income. And the idea is that because the automation that AI can bring, the generative AI specifically, can bring, there is going to be an opportunity to, quote unquote, work less. And I don't know whether this is something that you have seen. I saw a study that they did in the UK, and most of the people received the income but never stopped working. It was an additional income that allowed them to be more flexible, and actually their well-being index went up, receiving this basic income. It was for 3 years, so it was not a 3-month experiment. It was consistent for 3 years. An entire area in the south of the UK received this equivalent to $1,000 of additional income. No strings attached. It was just a deposit in the bank every month, independent of what you do. And so, do you see in the horizon any universal basic income in society?
I don't think so, personally. And not in the United States, at least. I mean, I think all of the value is going to be captured, honestly, by the corporations and the organizations. I mean, we're stagnating from a productivity perspective, right, in these countries. And I think this is the next S-curve of productivity growth, just like the internet was 20, 30 years ago. And where was that value captured? You know, by economies, right, and by corporations and this type of thing. I kind of could make an analogy back to what happened during the pandemic, which is where companies pre-pandemic, at least like my clients and probably Baker Hughes, we were all in digital transformation mode, right? And this was like this 5-year plan, you know, and then overnight, they became digital organizations. I mean, I swear to God, right? Overnight, they became digital organizations. Now, what effect has that had on workers? I don't think we really know yet, but what I see in organizations, which is not positive for well-being and flourishing, is all of my members, all of my clients, they're overwhelmed with work. They're working 12 hours a day. These devices are always on. They're working weekends. They're always connected. And it's disrupting their lives in very significant ways. And there's a professor at Babson that did a lot of work around this, and he calls it collaborative overload. And I think we're in this place of, again, kind of a no man's land where we really don't know the effect of what we just had happen to us, that we all are now working almost 100% in this digital modality. That wasn't a thing, right? We went to the office, we had team meetings, we interacted personally. That has all changed, right? you don't even go necessarily into the office anymore. And we're talking knowledge workers versus other types of workers, which is not necessarily, we leave out the people that have to go into plants and actually build things and do things, and it's no choice. They have to be there or they cannot create what they're creating. So I think it's a very complicated space.
Let me share a few things. First of all, I read early this morning a topic in the Wall Street Journal written by Mark, and it's welcome your AI colleague. Okay, so it's happening, it's a reality. I think getting better in understanding the role of humans and machines will help all of us. But actually, just referring to the survey that we did in November, one very interesting aspect for us was the concept of digital detox. Okay, have to say it was the first time for me even to what does that mean? And actually, most of what employees are asking is for them that they are very much overwhelmed with automation, with digitization, with the flow of information that they have absolutely no control on. And they are asking, so the way we are expected, in a sense, to use generative AI is to help them balance and make space in their busy schedules. Okay, so in our case, we use Copilot, and it helps you just how you schedule your meetings, how you take breaks, and it's working. But for me, the main takeaway was this digital detox is overwhelming. And I really want to refer to what Abdullah said. For me, it's extremely important that we have a very strong governance around AI. I think we are all using it in a very fancy, and it's the buzzword, but the ethics, the data privacy worries people or corporations like us a lot. So I really think we have to walk before we run.
Just we have two very small, I'm going to say, examples of what you've mentioned. So we've done a number of digital detox retreats for our employees, which have been very popular, and they spend a week basically, and we bring in experts from the medical field and other fields that are part of the group with the employees as they do these team building activities and various other things. And it's not about leaving your phone at home or your device at home and then going on the detox. It's about having it with you and then having the choice of what you want to do and then being able to deal with it and then being introspective about that relationship. And then the other thing we did is we just came out of Ramadan and we had food fasting. So we tried to do a gimmicky tech fasting month with employees. And it was very interesting to see what hours employees were fasting away and what their bosses' reactions are if they're not connected to their phones. But it was all under this guise that it was okay and that we're trying it out and it's a small part of the organization, we're trying it out. But I think people need to see these signals as you try to figure out how you're going to create that balance for your employees, right? Because it's going to be very difficult for them to individually make that decision because of the pressure.
But it starts with psychological safety as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I mean, well-being was not a topic, and in many, many organizations, many countries, still, it's a taboo. So providing that safe space where people can even speak about it and just share is extremely important.
Yeah. I think that these things have caused us, if you just look at the way they're constructed, you have, maybe 10 apps, on your home screen, and then you have another layer of 20 apps, another layer of 20 apps, another layer of 20 apps. None of those apps talk to each other. None of those apps are integrated with each other. I think what we're going to see, and I'm not the only person saying this, Reid Hoffman's saying it, Bill Gates is saying it, the people that are really, really deep into this and have been, honestly, for 10 and 15 years. So they just didn't wake up 2 years ago and, oh my God, ChatGPT, they've been working on this for a long time, is it's going to become an integrated environment where it isn't 20 apps or 40 apps, it's one app, and it's your agent. And it's going to integrate everything in your life in a way that helps you, only you. And it deeply knows about you in every aspect of your being, right? you know, everything, your physical health, your mental health, your relationship health, all of these things are going to become an integrated app that helps you and helps you at work and helps you in teams. I think this is where we're headed. And I'm actually quite optimistic about that. But, you know, there was a movie on this, right, where it was the Every, right? And then they, you know, went to the planet and got eaten by those, you know. But I think this is where we're headed. But to the governance and who controls the data and, you know, how that's going to be managed by governments and countries, you know, we don't know yet.
Yeah.
I'm just going to add one more element. So in addition to governance, I know that policies and regulation will come from governments and countries, but then the ethical aspect is very important. And then this dialogue of what corporations are doing. So for example, if we go to the topic on mental health and the ramifications on children's or like adolescents' well-being, it's really a conversation will also big tech companies need to be, you know, part of. Because, for example, for the gaming industry and the esports industry and all of these industries, it's very much driven by those big companies who are truly going to be part of that kind of discussion in collaboration with the caregivers, the educators, the schools. It's all of these different players that need to apply those ethical frameworks to make sure that the technologies that are in the hands of the young, you know, population are truly, you know, fostering their well-being. Yes. So there is, on one spectrum, the digital divide and the lack of access of those technologies to some children in some unfortunate countries. But then there's also the too much, or like the exposure that we have talked about for our children when we met yesterday, for example. So that kind of dialogue where companies need to be part of it, governments and countries, and also educators, and CSR, of course, and all of these elements will have to imply all those ethical frameworks for the health and well-being, I think, of an individual.
Well, the human element on all these implementations that are driving with the right leadership, the right set of values, and the right mindset of collaboration between all the different stakeholders is going to be important. And if history is a reference, we have done this well, and we have done this very bad as society. So we don't know what that means for your everyday, how you manage that with your workforce, and how you translate that into an index of satisfaction, of well-being, is part of the open questions. So I know we are getting into our final round, but before we close, I would like if you can have just a couple of quick recommendations using at the top of, if well-being is central to future of organizations and society, what are the couple of things that you understand is very important, central and core to be successful in the transition?
If I can start, so for us, although we have a global well-being policy, we are transitioning into local and personalized practices. And that's very important because well-being, as my colleagues here defined, it's different for each and every one of us. Okay, so that transition is extremely important. I think the second aspect is really how to, in corporations in particular, how to equip people leaders, you know, and make them aware of the topic, but how to facilitate it and to make sure that they are ready, not only for the conversations, but for the tools that their employees might need. So for me, these are two things that I will recommend.
Yeah, I'm very similar, actually. I'd say the most important one is the individual's action, right? And that's you as the individual, but also what the corporation enables you to do as an individual. So on the first, let's say on the second one, if the corporation you work on expects you to perform in a certain way, then you need to have a deep understanding of the implications, because the corporation may not have that, and what that action realizes in. So for example, there may be a habit for some leaders, if they receive something, that they'll immediately, for example, distribute it across the team. It may not necessarily mean that they want the work to be done now, but what happens is that certain individuals from the team will get it after hours, and they'll start working on it, and etc. So it's harder work for you to remember to hold it off and then wait till the morning and then sending it out. But if you do that consciously, particularly on WhatsApp, let's say,
your agent can do it.
Yeah, your agent can do it for you if you want to delay it, right? But particularly on like non-official communications, right? It's really critical. And then on the individual yourself, you need to understand what balance you want. So to be very conscious about that, and then build the context around you that supports you. And that could be at home, that could be at work as well. Even conversations with employees directly about the topic, I think, are really helpful.
Fantastic.
I guess I really like the comment on the psychological safety that you brought up. I think it's at the center of awareness. So, for example, to make sure that organizations and systems are accommodating to trace or like to be able to identify the early signs when somebody needs help, and to have that environment that fosters that kind of psychological safety. Because it's truly, and then for maybe for the leaders to be able to be aware to pick up and to have the right tools to be able to pick up when there's something that an intervention needs to take place and what routes of support are available for it, and to have this truly deeply rooted and to be just as important as impact and as the productivity that we're all aspiring to. That is, I think, what I took from this panel, and I thank you all for your remarks.
Fantastic.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
By the end, well-being and social responsibility important in education and labor market also by promoting both of them, and we can create a more supportive, inclusive in SDGs and sustainable community. This is my word.
Mike.
So I read a lot, and so I think this is just an area where we really don't know what we don't know. And so I try to find people who I think know a lot more than I know about this and kind of go deep on what they're saying. And so there's a couple books that I've been reading recently. One is called Leaders Make the Future by a guy by the name of Bob Johansson, who's a futurist at the Institute for the Future in Palo Alto. And he calls it an augmented leader, and he has these 11 different areas that he thinks that generative AI is going to have this significantly positive effect on leaders of the future. So I think it's a construct, it's a framework that I think we can work with both at a societal level, an organization level, and then an individual level, quite frankly. And then the other one that I was finished reading was Reid Hoffman's new book called Super Agency. And again, he's an optimist. He says there's the doomer and gloomers, and then he's on the other side of the equation, as maybe you've seen in the press and things. But he was, like I said, he's been deep on this for, more than 10 years. And he gave $1 billion to OpenAI in 2015, right? And he's been on the board of OpenAI. He created, his own AI company with Suleiman that was bought by Microsoft. He sits on the board of Microsoft. So these people are on the inside. They're not on the outside like we are. They're deeply on the inside. And so I try to find people like that and then pay attention to what they're saying and try to get all sides, of course, get a balanced side. But I'm on the optimistic side quite personally around this. I think it's going to change the world in some very positive ways and make, knowledge and insight and flourishing something that actually can be democratized and can be something that everybody anywhere in the world can have access to.
Yes, I will finish also in an optimistic way. My take from the conversation is there is a need to be with eyes wide open, a need to iterate, but most importantly, a need to be very clear and anchor in values and clarity on how to drive those iterations. We will learn is an important technology, is going to change the paradigm of what we understand today, and the human component with a well-balanced mental health, society health, are important components of the future. So let's finish with a very optimistic view, and let's be ready to iterate and be anchored on values. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you
Thank
very
you so
much.
much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
صوته يعني
Mutab, okay.
and the lady is مش عارف في الجراج we had the issue حق المايكس بس حليته قصدي اقول ذيك الايام how's the lady is the game all the games completed for the season yeah today's the last day today's the playoff yeah so it picks up around this time who are you feeling I mean I'm always going to say the Warriors I spent 5 years there so I have personal connections there so I'm always going to root for them yeah but انك ترى bias standpoint I think the state حق الدراج يسمع Cleveland yeah I love this Greek African guy yeah
Great. Well, we're going to get started. Thank you all for joining this discussion today. We have a gloriously diverse array of voices in what is the exciting ecosystem around how do we nurture entrepreneurship. And particularly excited to say that, so we have, for example, Mutaba brings a sports perspective on this. We have Dominic, of course, a very early successful entrepreneur that brings a perspective of how do you enable this around the world. We have one of a legendary leader for us from Endeavor. So Latifa runs Endeavor Saudi and brings the perspective of how do we help and scale entrepreneurs. And finally, I think, or two more, we have Omar, my dear friend from the Garage, who has been, I think, an early adapter of entrepreneurship in the kingdom. I first started coming here 18 years ago, and I had to spell the word to explain what it was. Explain it's not a small business, it's an entrepreneur, it's about a new firm. And you were one of the very early people who really understood this. And then last but not least, Samachi, thank you so much for joining us all the way from Nigeria. Of course, with the CEO of the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which, as many of you know, has been a leader in democratizing entrepreneurship and creating opportunity for many, many young people throughout Africa. So the reason I start by saying it's a great diversity of the ecosystem is because we all know that entrepreneurship is messy. And how we teach entrepreneurship should also be messy. It's not something that is clean-cut, organized, and is done in always in a very organized fashion. And it's made even more disruptive by the big changes in the world, and particularly around AI and deep tech. And so it becomes even more important that we get different perspectives on how do we nurture an entrepreneurial spirit, how do we nurture entrepreneurial capacity in our societies. I wanted to, if I can, I'm going to invite each of you to begin in a moment around addressing what you think is the number one change that has occurred over the last 3 to 4 years as a result of AI becoming mainstream. And let me just point out, I remember sitting at the dining room table the very day, which for me, I've got it written in my calendar because it should be in all of our calendars. I remember the day ChatGPT came out. My kids came home. We were having dinner, and they showed it to me. And 45 minutes of entertainment. They'd started to use it. They created images. They'd written stories and poems. We were having the time of our lives. We laughed away. It was hilarious. But then, as quickly as that very same dinner, within 1 hour, my daughter turned to me, who's in high school, and said, "What are the rules? Can I use this now in my homework? Is it cheating?" And of course, they went back to their schools to very unprepared teachers who didn't know this was coming. They had no plans for this. And as a result, the students got together and said, well, I guess we have to figure out what the rules are going to be then. So they had student-driven rules. And I think the thing that I take away, the reason I bring that story up, is because for me, one of the things that's very consistent between artificial intelligence and entrepreneurs is they both are capable at adapting. It's the adaptability that I think is going to be a key component of how we continue to teach entrepreneurship. The awareness of it's an unpredictable environment. It's one that we don't know what's going to come of it. And so the fundamental question for me is going to rest around what are the skill sets that we're going to be allowing AI to become our assistants with, and what are the skill sets that will remain uniquely human capabilities in the leadership of leveraging the capabilities that AI brings. And today we try to talk about that in the context of how do we teach and enable entrepreneurs, whether it's you going to rural communities across Nigeria or across Africa and finding people that you can light the candle in the heart and mind of that person to say, generate that curiosity, or in the garage, how do we provide the specific mentoring, investor skill, enabling environment that's going to help someone actually build and grow a company? Or Latifa with Endeavor, whether it's how do you work out what's different now in terms of how you teach a company to scale. Endeavor, for those of you that don't know it, has been built on this model of Endeavor entrepreneurs going on panels and learning from peers how they actually can conduct the process of building and scaling their company. And Dominic, from you, I mean, obviously you've looked at this in a developing environment, but as an entrepreneur yourself, you know, what are still the lessons? I know your early ventures, which were very successful and globally recognized some years past, but I want to know, it's still at the heart, what's different from the entrepreneur? And then perhaps most importantly, I think, I'm going to ask you to wear your sports hat tonight, because, you know, from a perspective of entrepreneurship, I was in the conversation with a business school leader a few minutes ago, and I was explaining that when we teach entrepreneurship, we tend to think you actually don't go to the business school. In business school, we teach people how to manage existing big companies, whereas in the entrepreneurship enabling environment, we go to people in sports, in medicine, in engineering, and in all these diverse backgrounds. So, because it's about creating that curiosity, it's about figuring out better ways of doing things, forming teams, testing ideas, going through the iterative process of collecting data, and coming up with something that actually works. That is a creative process, a little bit more creative than what most business schools are structurally set up in order to be able to do. They've got their own role. That's not a criticism of business school, but I think it's extremely important to get the sense of, you know, how does this perspective come from other fields apart from traditional education fields. So with those opening remarks, I'd like to, if I can, first of all, turn to you, Dominic. I'm going to let you kick this off a bit with some perspectives on this big question.
Well, thank you, Jonathan, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you to HCI for hosting me here in Riyadh. It's always an absolute joy, and I always find it, should I say, very inspiring to be here in Riyadh and hearing about the journeys that people have been on and are thinking about starting. I started very young. I'm not sure why. I'm still scratching my head to what my motive was when you're 9, 10 years old and wanting to run businesses. Didn't seem a natural fit. And, you know, a bit like the word entrepreneurship, some say a French word for something the French don't have. I mean, that's for a separate debate. You know, 30 years ago, my dad said to me, you need to tell people you're going to be an entrepreneur. And I'd say that and I'd have no idea what I was talking about. I still struggle to spell it. But I certainly had, I think, demonstrated in those early years the essence of entrepreneurship. And that is very much tenacity, locus of control. I used to give a talk at university about themes that are not dissimilar between people that have been forced into being refugees and entrepreneurs. I mean, we often see that refugees, when they move into new worlds, thrive. They do very well. And when you look at the skills to be successful to flee an area of conflict, locus of control, tenacity, endurance, you know, the
Resilience.
fear, the resilience of it, the lack of fear has gone out the window. So when I look back, my mum was very ill when I was young. She had cancer for most of my childhood. And I think that I wanted to excel at something in quite a difficult environment. I grew up in a very working class part of London. My dad's a musician. He's not a businessman. My mum was, you know, a dedicated mother which suffered with a lot of health conditions. So I think being in that environment certainly pushed me to be or want to do something beyond and travel. I'd seen a lot of the world. Because my dad was a musician, I traveled a lot. And I saw things that other people hadn't. You know, going around Tokyo as a 10-year-old was very exciting compared to markets in East London. So, you know, back to your question, what gets an entrepreneur started and going and how has it changed? I think the spirit and the mindset is always going to remain the same. And we'll talk about sports, which I'm excited because, you know, you can't teach everyone to be able to slam dunk 100 points in a game. And you certainly can't teach every entrepreneur to make sure every business idea they come up with works. But there is frameworks and there's environments which can enable that. And, you know, I'm looking forward to the topics, particularly around Nigeria, a country that I work in. There's so many barriers to entry. So with thinkers and leaders that can drive away those barriers and put in the policy and the framework, so those that do possibly have that small chance of excelling can. And I think there's some of the thoughts I'd like to share and explore today. So thank you, Jonathan.
Tava, let's go on to you then, if we can. You know, so I know some of your thoughts around entrepreneurship has been around how do we make it more experiential. Share your thoughts on this question and how we keep it human-centered.
Yeah, well, I think the most important thing is I think back to my background when I was growing up. I was born in Sudan. My family moved to the States when I was really young, and entrepreneurship wasn't even a thought. The mentality was go to university, get a good job, so you can repay your parents' sacrifices. And when I look at the mentality that we now have about entrepreneurship in the United States, it's a mentality of I want to be a CEO. It's a mentality of convenience. I don't want to work for anyone else. Entrepreneurship, as in essence, is a position of servitude. Mm-hmm. You're identifying a problem that yourself and the masses have in general, and now you're dedicating your life's work to creating a solution. And I think we have to get to the essence of teaching that at schools, because there's with the rise of social media, there's this kind of admiration of entrepreneurship, and it is a lovely place to sit in. But to your point, there's a tenacity and a resilience that's required. And I want us to center on that when we get in these environments to talk about it. And lastly, what I'll add is also the best way to teach entrepreneurship is from people that have lived entrepreneurship. So whether it's creating real-time problem solving, you know, case studies or something at a younger kind of access point. That's what I've seen that's been helpful in terms of trying to educate on entrepreneurship. You can't create something out of thin air around it. You have to expose individuals that want to get into it, the work of the individuals that have succeeded and, more importantly, failed in that space.
Sounds great. You know, I think there's some things that we almost don't need to say. For the last 15 years, I think even here in the Kingdom, which is obviously a new entrant to the entrepreneurial space, but obviously now a very powerful global leader in it. And that is that we know we have to build on failure. And we know that it's about generating curiosity. In fact, I sat in one of the earlier panelists, and I think our panelists in the background who said it's, you know, what we have to do is, someone decided to label the panel the what if panel. We have to work out what do we need to do to stimulate young people from all sorts of different backgrounds to get to that point where they're asking that question, what if? Now, Nigeria, you've obviously, your foundation is obviously figured out how do we do this at scale. Can you tell us a little bit more about, for those people that aren't familiar with the Tony Elumelu Foundation and how and what you're actually doing? And if you can, while you're doing it, explain what are you doing to generate that curiosity with aspiring nascent entrepreneurs in Africa?
Thanks so much, Jonathan. So the Tony Elumelu Foundation.
Your mic up. That's great. Yeah.
So the Tony Elumelu Foundation is the leading philanthropic organization empowering young African entrepreneurs across all 54 African countries. We've been doing our work since 2010. From 2010 to 2015, we were involved in a number of initiatives, so education, healthcare, policy, advocacy. But in 2015, we launched what we call our flagship program, which is the TEF Entrepreneurship Program. With that program, we've disbursed over $100 million to over 24,000 entrepreneurs who've gone on to create 1.5 million jobs and generate $4.2 billion in revenue since 2015. The program runs annually, so every year we identify about 2,000 to 3,000 of Africa's most viable, high potential startups. And then we give them the training, the mentorship, the capital, the access to networks, resources, and markets to scale their ideas, to build businesses and scale those businesses. In addition to all of this that we've done since 2015, I think the most critical element, I think one of the speakers touched on it, was that no matter how much you train an entrepreneur, you give them capital or you give them a mentor or a coach, if the enabling environment is absent, then the best ideas will never germinate. And so we've now done a lot of work in research and policy and advocacy by engaging policymakers across the continent and letting them know the types of policies that they need to implement. Because from our work, we've seen that a lot of policymakers actually exist in isolation, so they don't know the impact or lack of impact of some of the policies that they set. And so we're building that bridge, and so we're bringing the entrepreneurs one step closer to the policymakers to let the policymakers know that these are the areas that entrepreneurs need most support in. These are the type of policies and regulation and laws and transparency and infrastructure you need to put in place. And if you do this, you're going to create XYZ amount of jobs. And if you don't do this, then your economy is going to stagnate by XYZ amount. And so we've seen that that engagement is much more powerful than any one training or any one mentorship you can offer entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs need a conducive space that allows their businesses to thrive, allows them fail, but allows them start again, right? So you don't want them to go to their graves with these ideas. You want them to have an environment that encourages them to start their ideas and bring those ideas to life. So we work across all 54 African countries, not just Nigeria, and we're very excited to continue to identify and support the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
I'm glad to hear that you're connecting them with the policymakers too, because governments set the rules and incentives, and often it's them that forgets. They're often a forgotten piece of the equation. Okay, so it was mentioned that we need to give them a conducive space. You obviously run a company called The Space, and you've spent a lot of time thinking about how do we create that enabling environment. Can you talk to us more about that, and particularly give us a perspective from being here in the kingdom about how enabling that is?
So you mentioned something about how important it is to attract youngsters to join the entrepreneurship movement, and this happened in Saudi. So you mentioned 18 years ago when you first came in and how it was newly nascent movement, and today in 2025 it's actually we sometimes tell students actually stay in school, finish your get your degree and then think about becoming an entrepreneur. Actually, so the culture of becoming an entrepreneur, actually it's part of our DNA. In this part of the world we are merchant and traders by DNA, so it was very easy to spark that interest in youngsters to become entrepreneurs. Now moving forward, we are now optimizing. We're looking at, okay, what are the key differentiators that we can, because you mentioned Saudi becoming a global power when it comes also in the entrepreneurship, and rightly so. What are the sectors that we can lead in? What are the sectors that can we influence? How can the entrepreneurs start from where others finished, actually, and you contributed to that movement? It's one big ecosystem, right? And Endeavor works all around the world. We worked with you and Jen, and at the end of the day, it's one big ecosystem. So I think once we start looking at our ecosystem as an integral part of the whole world, this is where it becomes easier. This is where experiences happen. This is where we work with Africa, actually, and attracting entrepreneurs from Africa to come to the local market, how to expand local startups internationally. And then when the question of AI comes, it becomes a question whether it's an augmenter, is it an enabler, is it a feature, is it a tool, or is it a disruptor? And I'm sure we're going to discuss this further on. But what we tell entrepreneurs, just don't be afraid from any change. As AI came in, as quantum is going to come in maybe a couple of years, I don't know, as something else is going to come in, this is all going to enable you to innovate more. So we encourage them to continue the movement. What we're trying to do now in the ecosystem is to optimize. How we're doing this? Obviously providing the right spaces, the right programs, the right incentives. Government has done a great job, top-bottom approach, but also there was a beautiful down-up approach here in the kingdom. It was very grassroots. The startups, the entrepreneurs that came in actually surprised everyone during COVID. I mean, during the COVID days, startups did step up actually to fill many of the challenges that were there. And when government saw that and enablers and money and funders saw that, they said, why don't we jump over this as well? So it was a beautiful moment of top-down meeting bottom-up, which is very, very unique. It doesn't happen much in the world.
Yeah. No, it's fantastic. So I know that we want to hear a little bit more about how Endeavor's model works at some point in the discussion, but I'd like to, if we can, get to the point you're saying we're trying now here in the kingdom, we're a lot more precise and specific about what we're trying, what kind of entrepreneurs. So I know you've recently done a report that's taken a look at sort of where the talent gaps are. Can you tell us more about this,
Yes.
Sherry?
Thank you, Jonathan. Actually, the report just got published two days ago. It was in collaboration with Umar and the Garage, and what was important for the research team to study was the entrepreneurial migration movement to Riyadh, whether it's from around the kingdom to Riyadh as a city or from around the world to Riyadh as a city and it becoming a hub. And there's always this thing that they say, oh, there's always a shortage of talent. There is always a shortage of talent, but we wanted to double click and understand what do they mean by that. And what we realized that actually there is a specific type of talent that is missing, which is interesting. And maybe before I jump into the details and the numbers that came out, one thing that I want to point out, which is important, that the entrepreneurial journey is not just the one entrepreneur with the idea. It takes a village. And especially if it's a truly big, powerful idea that can change the world, then it takes teams and to make it happen. And that's where the talent gap is, that we might have a big, large number of pool of people who identify problems and come up with solutions, but in order to take them to market and scale, you truly need people around you, and that's where sometimes scaling becomes harder. And when we looked at the talent shortage in Saudi, what we've seen is that entry level, there is no shortage in entry level. There is no shortage in marketing, in sales, in finance, in accounting. All these professions, there is an abundant amount of talent, and entrepreneurs are not complaining. They're complaining maybe or finding 50% are finding challenge in terms of engineering and tech, and that's only 50%. So the other 50% have solved it. They don't have an issue. And what we realized also, that's what's happening in the kingdom, is creating opportunity not just in the kingdom but for the whole region. A lot of these entrepreneurs and tech companies, if they can't find the talent here, they find the talent in the neighboring countries, and it becomes truly a platform for MENA, where the impact of these technologies and tech companies is beyond Saudi Arabia. It's actually creating prosperity across the region and even beyond. One very important insight that came from the study was that actually the shortages in managerial talent and C-level talent. And that's where scale comes in, because if you, as an entrepreneur, come up with an idea and a solution, you start to form this initial team, and it's easy to get things, or it's not easy, but I mean, you get product market fit, and now you want to scale. If you look around and try to attract high-level managerial talent or C-level talent to your startup to help it scale, that's where the challenge is. And that's where also it's hard. There is not enough programs, let's say, that graduate C-level or managerial level talent into the startup ecosystem. And that's where I think we need to put some effort, policymakers, decision makers, universities, and so on, to help And I think HCI is a great platform to have this conversation. Again, it's about how human capacity, how can we develop it. So it's critical to have this conversation now and today.
Fantastic. Well, kudos to you, to Endeavor and the Garage and others because the hardest thing I think for both government and the marketplace to respond to is people being honest in these reports. Sometimes the news is not good, sometimes it's good, but we need to be precise about this. And your ability to let us know that actually there isn't a problem in a place that there isn't a problem is extremely valuable. But I think actually maybe it's a solution for my criticism to the business schools, because of course they will pride themselves on the fact that they create the managers and they create the C-suite talent. So they're able to actually.
But not necessarily. They graduate managers, but they don't decide to prioritize startups. And that's where we also need to change the narrative and really celebrate scale-ups as a good destination for a career. While they might want to go to the big companies or the Fortune 500 or so, but there is also opportunity in the next Amazon or the next Facebook or the next.
So I have a question for you all, and it's prompted by a comment that you made, Latifa, which is you said it's a team sport. I think we've all talked about entrepreneurship being a team sport. As we like to say, creating a team, testing ideas, as I mentioned. I often, when I'm sometimes teaching entrepreneurship at colleges, I often turn around and say, now look, you may not be that disruptive entrepreneur that you wish that you were, but you may be sitting next to that disruptive entrepreneur, and there may be a role for your skill set on that team. So it's always about a team. I mean, whoever's heard of companies formed without there being a co-founder? It's very rare. Now, here's a question for you, though, which is a proposition I put forward. Do we consider AI to be another member of the team, or do we consider AI to simply be a tool? So I'm going to open that up, the question, to see if anybody wants to comment.
Yeah, I'm happy to go first. I think it's a tool. I think it's a powerful tool. I think the key differentiator is the usage, right? So I look at it as a double-edged sword, right? Because I think it's created an era of convenience, because now you have access to knowledge that you typically wouldn't have had without a primary or secondary connection. But I also think it enhances the way that we can creatively think, because it might challenge the way you look at things and allow you to tap into an area in your brain that you weren't using. So I think it all centers around usage. If you're going into it understanding that, look, I have a way that I'm thinking about something, or I'm proposing this type of solution, or maybe I don't fully understand the full problem that I'm trying to solve, and you're leveraging it from that standpoint, I think it could be a helpful tool. But if you're going into something trying to fully automate the process and utilize AI from a standpoint of build this for me, I think you lose the essence that entrepreneurship was built on.
All right. I'm going to get some other comments from you, but I want to rephrase the question. So, if there are certain things that AI is going to inevitably continue to be better and better at humans, and there's certain things that we think that ultimately still have to be human-centric. Whether we like abstract thinking, we like creativity. There's certain things that we might do better in a creative way than an AI tool will do. So does that make it a team effort? Is the way for us to get entrepreneurs to think about this, to make it as more an integrated part of, because the difference is, rather than just being a tool, you're actually saying, I'm actually not going to have others on the team that are going to do what AI is doing in terms of analytics, in terms of, so comments on this. I'm looking for some pushback on it.
Maybe one thing, Jonathan, I was driving in Riyadh just yesterday, and I came across a center called Horizon Center. And this company thrived. It was a training company that trained people in missing skills back 30 years ago. And they used to specialize in teaching people English as a second language, because it's a window and passport to the world. And the second thing was actually like the computer, how to use computer and Windows and all of that. And that's 30 years ago when the internet started becoming a thing and the widespread, and it was a disruption back in the day. And I guess, and I'm looking at it, and it was a weekend, so I'm not sure if it was shut down because it's closed down as a business or because it's a weekend. But nevertheless, my thinking was, what's going to be the new technology that we need to train people on? And I think AI has to be it. And each and every one of us needs to know how to use it, regardless of age or profession or way. And it has to be a tool in your tool set. And I think the emphasis on individuality and creativeness and the things that an AI cannot do, is that where people need to shine more. And how can we, even for our kids, like focus on how can we bring that out, like what you can automate, and then keep focusing on what is unique about you, versus one mold that we want everybody to be the same.
Actually, do you want to come in?
No, I think she's spot on. You know, the art of entrepreneurship is in the doing. And so AI can give you the insights and the knowledge and the guidance, but what sets entrepreneurs apart is in the doing. And so it's in the resilience, it's in the taking risk, it's in the learning, it's in going back after failure, it's in trying again over and over again. And AI cannot do that for you. So we have to teach more entrepreneurs the art of resilience, the art of execution, the art of getting things done within certain timelines. So I would continue to maintain that AI is a powerful tool. I don't see it as a team member. I see it as a tool that we have as human beings. We have to educate, because AI can end up deepening biases that exist. So if we feed AI information that's full of bias and full of false assumptions about people, about cultures, about way of life, then we're going to deepen those biases if we're going to rely entirely on AI. So we must be responsible as a human race to make sure we're feeding AI information that's representative of people and accomplishments, and so we don't have more bias rooted in AI. But so AI not as a team player, I don't think yet. I think as a tool that we use responsibly, a tool that we leverage, a tool that we're transparent about, and as a tool that we continue to teach and guide and modify.
Good. Dominic.
Jonathan, I've got a couple of thoughts on this. And AI, I think, as Mutaba said, is a double-edged sword. But when I first started my business, I couldn't attract anyone to come and work for me. I was 12 years old. No one was going to come and work for Dominic in East London. So I had to learn everything. I was the finance guy. I was the HR guy. I was also the publicist. I used to call up newspapers and talk about myself in the third person. And you know what? I ended up on the front page of the Evening Standard. I had to develop those skills. So in one sense, AI could have done a lot of that for me. However, I went on to run an organisation, build an organisation with 20,000 staff. I knew when the head of HR was not being straight with me. I knew when finance was trying to play around with the numbers. I knew when the marketing team wasn't actually getting the impressions that I expected, because I'd done it all as a one-man band starting my business. So I feel there's two sides to it. One, I feel very adept in any situation in an organisation. But two, could I have done a lot more with AI? Yes, but I might not know as much now had I relied on AI. And so as we build those entrepreneurs of the future, if we take away those insights and they become reliant on AI, they're not going to be able to ask the pertinent questions to get those businesses to 20,000 staff.
Yeah. That's the same reason that my kids turn around and say, I'm not going to use AI because otherwise I won't understand how to actually do that equation. If I turn around and say, would you do it? No one's going to know, but, good point. Other thoughts? So we haven't heard from you on this.
No, I totally agree with what you've said. And I'm in the business of working with entrepreneurs, on a very personal basis. And from experience, I think Latifa would testify to that, because they end up accepting them in Endeavor. The ones that really succeeded didn't have the most brilliant business model. They have the most brilliant, product market fit. There are people who had amazing emotional intelligence, resilience, soft skills, vision, goal, problem solving, etc. Now, definitely I will help augmenting some of this, but they're not going to create it. They're not going to create the purpose that drove you to do that startup when you were 12, etc. It's going to make it easier. I think it's going to be a bit more challenging on CTOs, to be honest, moving forward, because, again, it's going to eliminate some of these, and they need to catch up, to be very honest and objective about the effect of AI. But I don't think if you have an even field, and there's startup A, startup B, and all the factors are the same, put AI and then put the other soft skills and just like, let them run. It's like, I think it's going to be like the rabbit and tortoise like story. I think eventually, AI is going to just like distract you, take you everywhere, but consistency with these soft skills are going to take you somewhere. That's my opinion. Now, put with it AI, don't get me wrong, that it will be a very fast tortoise. We want that.
By the way, I like the comment from one of the other panelists on earlier today who said she prefers not to call them soft skills, but human skills now. So which are the human skills and which are the artificial skills? But let me ask you all just one quick follow-up question, because I think this gets to the heart of how we can do a better job, either through Endeavor or through spaces in the accelerators or through foundations or in all of our environments, and that is the generative part of AI. This is the part that I find curious, and it's the reason I raised the question about a team member. So I've noticed, and again, I'm learning mostly through my kids, but I noticed that how many of you actually have a relationship with your AI tool? I mean, have you done this? Like, I asked the other day, who's Spark? And my daughter said to me, well, my AI tool said to me, do you have a nickname? And she said, no. And he said, well, I'd like to give you a nickname. And she said, what is it? She said, I'm going to nickname you Spark. Now, that tool picked that nickname because of 2 years of digital interface. And she taught me, always be nice to your AI tools because they've got memories of elephants. Remember, they don't forget anything. And so if you're mean, you're training your AI tool to give you mean processed analysis or results, okay? So I'm just asking, that's why I just wanted you to understand why I raised the question of a team, because it is intelligent tool. It's not just a tool, it is a generative learning thing going on with you. And of course, that depends upon how much you want to use it. Let's push a little bit more, though. However valuable we think it is, it exists. It will go on taking over so many different aspects of things some of which we don't want to be doing. But how will we enable entrepreneurs differently now in this AI environment? And let me ask the obvious questions, which is, does this mean that people with traditional curriculum that used to be funded are no longer relevant? Does this mean that we have to rethink it in line with the things that you said that humans now need to learn to do that will be unique, such as you talked about, the resilience, and we talked about the predictability and abstract thinking and so forth? Or are we exaggerating here? Are we still, as humans, wanting to go through much more formal curriculum in terms of how we actually learn to be an entrepreneur? And it could be because it's an Endeavor panel. It could be because they're in a hub or an accelerator. It could be because they're in a program. It could be, in any environment that you see that we are all helping enable entrepreneurship. Do you want to go first?
No, I think, so from our example, we take our entrepreneurs through our business management curriculum, and they're guided by mentors as they go through this training. But what we've heard from our entrepreneurs is that things come more alive when they're in peers. So when they're able to connect with peer entrepreneurs and learn with them and brainstorm with them and tackle and challenge issues with them and, get that two-way dialogue or three-way dialogue or four-way dialogue that they couldn't get without that connection, without being in the room with other entrepreneurs. And so I think while AI has a place to educate entrepreneurs, I don't think that anything can replace the group learning, the group brainstorm, the connections between entrepreneurs, because you're learning and doing. So for instance, we have some entrepreneurs in our program who who are in Kenya who are trying to start a tech business, and another one in Sudan trying to start a tech business. You know, the AI is not going to teach you what it takes, you know, the different steps it takes to start a sustainable business in Sudan, because AI doesn't have that on the ground knowledge yet, and it doesn't have that content. And so your counterparts in Sudan is much more able to help you, you know, penetrate the market, start a business, scale, exchange ideas. And so there are many things right now that AI, you know, just can't quite get yet. And so we can't take away the human interaction and the peer interaction and the learning by doing with others. So yeah, AI is a powerful tool, but I think we're still, you know, some way away from it replacing human learning and human interaction.
What about in the garage? You're going to be able to do things differently?
Remember when we used to talk about working remotely, like during COVID days, what do you call it, like work from home? Yeah? And everyone thought that's going to be the new norm. And then we discovered that humans are social creatures. We need to interact, we need to talk. But look, I think learning entrepreneurship or teaching entrepreneurship did evolve. I mean, today we all talk about, you know, MVP, try fast, fail fast, like just try something and fail. The business model canvas, when it came out 15, 20 years ago, God knows. So I think it's going to continue to evolve. The way we're teaching, yes, some curricula are definitely outdated, and you cannot come and tell a startup to do a business. I mean, imagine coming and tell a business, do a business plan today. They're going to laugh. Okay, business model canvas might become obsolete. MVP might also change, but eventually the fundamentals are going to stay the same. You need to create a product market fit. You need to create a product that scales. You know, the fundamentals are going to stay the same. Now, how to teach entrepreneurs, whether by using tools or by thinking AI first, that might be another, again, feature to add to your teaching curricula, but I don't think it's going to change drastically from what I think.
How about an endeavor? You guys are experts at mentoring people to develop companies.
The first thing we did is how can we use AI to help our teams find the best mentors and match and get the right data into the system so that the recommendations are more efficient, much more quickly. And we've seen how this improved. We're not there yet. It's always a work in progress. But definitely AI is a topic that keeps coming up, and there is a huge appetite from the entrepreneurs, especially scale-ups or companies even who are already established some sort of a businesses. They're rethinking how can we incorporate it. So how can we make it part of our value proposition, and how can we improve? But even not just for entrepreneurs, this is on businesses in any level. Even public companies are now asking the questions on boards. How are you using AI to lower our cost? How can we use AI to be more efficient? And then this becomes an ongoing movement that I think we're yet to harness. And I think AI is more, in my eyes, an opportunity versus a threat. On how can we really harness it the best way possible.
Dominic, you got some thoughts on all of this?
Yeah, I was thinking as you were speaking, because I have a colleague who doesn't write emails anymore. They don't get AI to do it. It's all dictation. I mean, the fact that my thoughts in my head are far better than what I write down. And I feel that my experiences with AI, having those conversations, has allowed me to be more eloquent at times. I get fatigue with the amount of WhatsApps and emails that come in. It's certainly supported as a tool. One of the things I was also thinking about whilst you were talking is, what is AI to me and what is AI to you? You know, to some people, AI is just ChatGPT.
Yeah.
And it's a really good assistant. It's a good tool, co-pilot. It can help you with your emails. But for me, it's about when it can start to fully really integrate with all of those APIs. And I was writing as you were talking, I put lawyers. You know, what does it replace? What does it take away? And there's some very traditional industries, very expensive industries, which I think have got a lot of challenges coming forwards. But the question is, if the lawmakers are being challenged out of their jobs, and those that uphold the law, who's going to replace? Who are going to come the advocates for us? I mean, there's so many questions around, and that's why I asked, what is AI to me, whilst you're speaking, and what is AI to others, and what does that tool look like? I mean, you spoke really insightfully about the challenges of access to inclusion and finding entrepreneurs on the continent, and how AI has those bias being delivered. I chair a charity called Computer Aid International. We've trained about 14 million people in sub-Saharan Africa on digital skills. We've just touched the tip of the iceberg. Now, I spoke at the African Trade Development Forum recently, where Africa is trying to digitize its trade as much as possible, using blockchain technologies, custom systems, one-stop border posts, you name it. But the informal traders that you are rightly trying to get to become entrepreneurs that can export and do business across the continent will be left behind because of connectivity, lack of access to capacity around the networks, but also just the digital training and skills. So my biggest fear, as I talk about my version of AI, is that we start to develop, or not we start to develop, maybe AI starts to develop different worlds that we exist in. At some point, is my AI going to be able to talk to your AI? And that's separation and segregation is not the future of the planet. We're here as citizens of this world. And there is that risk. And it was really interesting in hearing you speak, and you touched upon it as well, about making sure that AI doesn't leave people behind. Not just in the developing world, and the world of opportunity, but the world that is more cemented into its foundations. Where do these splits come? And entrepreneurs got a huge role to play there, because they are there to disrupt. But what does that disruption look like? I mean, you've just thrown so many ideas at me as you were speaking, Latifa and Omar and others. Sorry, Jonathan.
So I'd like to hear some perspective. You have a unique angle on this because you bring a perspective from sports, which I think is extremely important, because we often have a very limited perspective of entrepreneurship. We often look at, either small Main Street businesses, or we look at deep tech, high growth companies, and we don't understand that entrepreneurship is occurring in every aspect of our society. So is there any different perspective you can bring on this from a perspective from understanding the sports industry?
Yeah, I think the unique thing, even when we talk about AI and human connection in sports is fueled on emotions. It's about eliciting an emotion from a fan, from a consumer, for a potential sponsor. So all sports properties are centered around that. And even when I look at the work that's being done in the United States, the main cogs within the sports world are the athletes. They're now moving as entrepreneurships as well. I think in its early stages, it was, let's bring a person that has this influence, and how can we leverage their brand to increase the awareness of our product. But I think the shift that we've seen more recently, especially with the rise of venture capital in sports, is these athletes are no longer just brands. They're also builders. They want to come in as thought partners. They have expertise beyond the field that they're in from a day-to-day perspective, and they want to leverage that to help build a product that aligns with their personal desires. So I think if you look at the sports ecosystem, from the input to the output, it touches entrepreneurship at all the moments. I remember I started my career in scouting with the Golden State Warriors, and we had a similar conversation around the adoption of analytics. You had folks that had been around it for 20 years that thought, well, you can't really make a decision if you're using analytics. It's all eye test. And now the same conversation is being had around like AI. And so to me, it's a form of entrepreneurship in a sense, because you're making decisions on the fly. You have to have conviction behind those decisions, and you have to be able to adapt and pivot.
Yeah. Now, we do, of course, have to be precise in our thinking, because, not all the deep tech things that are going on that people are calling AI are actually, generative AI. So we have to be careful on that. But one of the things I'll notice is that at Gen, we're very proud, as you know, in Gen Saudi here, we have a partnership with Monchat and MISC to convene the Entrepreneurship World Cup, which we've done now for 5 years. We do it in November, and Riyadh is part of BIBAN now. And we bring in 100 of the best companies from around the world. So that comes from thousands and thousands of companies. And the interesting thing I noticed that last November, I counted 86 of the companies in their pitch explained how AI was helping their business model expand faster. So I think it's sort of it's in the lexicon, at least, and hopefully in the business model. So whether it's how am I using AI to stop birds flying into wind turbines, or whether I mean, I could think of a million examples. But, I think this point, Dominic, you mentioned we have to be careful. A lot of people's experience is way too limited. And so I think part of the challenge, I ask in how we teach entrepreneurship is to look at the things that we know how to teach as entrepreneurship advocates, but also to make sure that we're actually experiencing AI. I know a lot of people aren't just using it, consuming it enough. We've got an awful lot of entrepreneurs that are talking about how are we, I know we've had this conversation in Africa. We held a summit in Algeria last November with government leaders exclusively around AI, okay? And it's amazing. These guys wanted to sit for 2 days and talk about AI, and they're government leaders from Africa. Phenomenal. And their question, their number one conclusion was that we don't want to be building new AI companies that are going to compete with the United States for capital and markets and whatever. We want to become the most effective consumers of those early stage companies that we can then innovate around. So I think one of the things we have to take a look at that I'm interested in reaction is, are we actually just using the available tools and examples enough in terms of how we show people what they can do to build new companies and solutions, and are we using them enough as advocates and teachers of entrepreneurs? Do you think that there's a greater awareness as to what these tools are doing and how we can more effectively build companies faster?
I believe that knowledge is not even across all. There are companies and entrepreneurs that are like digital native AIs that is really, they're able to speak the language and so on. And then comes entrepreneurs who just say, put AI on a deck, but that not necessarily is the truth. And I think there is definitely a knowledge gap and an educational gap on how to harness AI.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of work done by Sadaya here in driving AI as a movement, and how can you, whether from an infrastructure standpoint, building the infrastructure and the data centers and the capacity to enable AI, but and also on how to really enable different programs to have AI use it effectively. I think we haven't scratched the surface of it, but it's definitely something work in progress.
Are we kicking the tires on this as advocates enough?
Look, I agree with Latifa. I think that I think we're in the middle of it. I think people became so much interested in AI. Contracts to some other technologies that really evolved maybe in the 90s, 2000s, etc. I mean, if you look at the .com, 2000. So adoption took time. When it comes to AI, everyone felt that they're missing out. They want to catch up, and because the implication of being late was very profound, you can see companies or jobs or so being lost very quickly. And I think there was a kind of a panic. And I think it's very good not to panic, just to take a step and understand that this is not, it's not like it's the AI revolution. It's not going to start and finish in a couple of years. This is something that's going to evolve. Maybe by the time it evolves, something again like quantum and other going to come in and also create another layer of challenge. So I think as nations, as governments, as private sector, and as entrepreneurs, you need to take a step back and understand that this is another enabler. It's another technology that's going to come in. You need to make the best out of it, but the basic human needs, the basic economy is still working in the same way. There is a demand, there is a supply, there is disruption, and if you do the fundamentals right, AI is going to help you. If you don't do it right, not any AI is going to help you.
Yep. Have you got in your program companies that are using AI? You are able to actually...
Yeah, a bulk majority by far of entrepreneurs are already leveraging AI. But I really like what he said. It's an enabler. It's not going to replace the essentials of entrepreneurship. So hard work, grit, resilience, trial, risk-taking. I'm a little worried, though, about entrepreneurship, even a little outside, AI, a little outside of entrepreneurship. I was on Twitter the other day, and some professors were complaining that some students had handed in essays that started with the ChatGPT prompt. So the students were, so lazy that they even forgot to delete the line saying, help me write an essay, 3,000 words, debating this, right? And so I'm worried, because the essence of school, the essence of education is critical thinking, intellectual curiosity, being interested in knowing and learning and growing and getting better. I fear that AI is, chipping away at that curiosity, and people are looking at how to get to the end without going through the process.
Right.
And so education is about going through, it's exactly what you said as well. When you were 12 and being the publicist and the finance guy and the HR guy, you were able to learn. You went through the process. Are we then robbing our young people, our entrepreneurs, our students of that process that shapes them, that grinds them and prepares them for success when they see AI as a shortcut? So I'm still reflecting internally. How do we make sure AI is not a shortcut but an enabler? So you get the best of the process and you come out fully baked and not half baked.
Yeah, that's a good. Any other thoughts on that? We've got 2 more minutes. I'm going to invite you all to.
Well, I just wanted to touch on this because the entrepreneurs are going to be the ones that take. Your question is, do we advocate? I think the entrepreneurs, and you said it, they like shortcuts.
Mm-hmm.
You want to get there as quick as possible. You're looking for the path of least resistance. The entrepreneurs are all over AI. I don't know necessarily need to advocate it, but we need to make sure we've got good custodians of our future businesses.
Yes.
I think those that are going to struggle the most with AI are those with legacy systems.
Yeah.
Airlines, banks, look, they're using it, but they're still big. They've still got systems that have been patchwork for the last 25 years. So that's what I think there's huge risk for these guys when the entrepreneurs are using the shortcut. But how do we make sure we've got good custodians in the future? Thank you, John.
Yeah, the only thing that I'll add is I think both of you guys made tremendous points, especially your comparison to the dot-com era. I think the adoption of AI, as we know it so far, has been so quickly because it provides convenience. I look at the early 2010s and the rise of social media. It made us feel good, and it gave us a false sense of interpersonal connection. At the end of the day, all humans have the same core desires. And so I think AI makes us feel good because it provides an essence of ease. But when I even hear a situation like that, it is a little concerning.
Yeah.
So again, I think it's powerful and I think it's useful, but we still have, even I would say the subject matter experts, we still have so much to learn about it before we overly project it to the general population.
Yeah.
Your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm leaving this conversation even more excited. I was like, this year is going to be the year I educate myself more in AI. Now I'm even more excited to do that.
Oh, well, that's good. Well, I think I always go back to thinking of the mayor of Paris, and Uber comes into existence, and the mayor of Paris hasn't even begun to think about disruptive technology, especially when it comes to taxi cabs and licenses, until all of a sudden they're operating, and he's got a problem on his hands. And I think it's a useful thing for us to remember that this is an evolving process, that we have to ourselves go and take note and find that appropriate balance between when is it allowing an entrepreneur to take a shortcut, but when is that shortcut diminishing your ability to be a good leader because you actually understand the specifics. Dominic talked about the fact that he did every job in his business before he hired people to do those jobs. So he knew what it took, and you probably knew the pain too, so you were empathetic with some of the bad days. But I think that is a fundamental question we're going to have to grapple with. So any final thoughts before we wrap up? Just want to give you all a chance to make a final comment.
I would have one. It's something I read from a book, and it's maybe very well known, but I always like to repeat it, that I think entrepreneurship solves for complex problems, not simple ones. In the sense that if there's a simple problem, you can solve it by a machine. If there's a complicated problem, the definition of a simple problem, according to that book, is a simple problem is like taking this, putting it there, and you can do it by a machine. A complicated problem could be something like sending a person to the moon. Actually, by process, if you build the right process, the right rocket ship, you can do it. But it's not a complex process. The complex problem is something that involves humanity. So raising a child is a complex problem because every child is different. If you do the same particular steps with child A and you do with child B, you're not going to get the same results. And I think humanity usually, entrepreneurs solve for humanity, And when it comes to deep tech, to human complex problems, no AI is going to solve this. I think that the human element is going to be very profound in trying to identify this problem, and from all elements, and it goes to psychology, it goes to macro and microeconomics, it goes to sociology, to demographic, to so many things that are beyond the tool that is AI.
Yeah. I think my final thoughts around what one of the speakers said around ensuring AI doesn't, further the gap, doesn't leave anyone behind, and doesn't isolate us in our different worlds, where humanity is supposed to live together, coexist together as one race. And so I think you said you don't want AI to build different worlds. So who's in charge of regulating and ensuring that humanity is benefiting from AI, not being marginalized and further decimated by AI? There's no one organization or group or person in charge of that. And it's very interesting to see how the future is going to be with this unregulated force called AI.
Any other final comments?
Yeah, the only final comment I add is we started off the conversation talking about how can we improve the teaching of entrepreneurship. And I think even a conversation like this has brought about the general theme of humanity and having conversations where you're gathering knowledge, but you're also sharing your own experience. So to me, I think the education of entrepreneurship should always and will always be centered around that.
Very nice.
Mine is a rhetorical question, because we haven't got time for the answer, but hopefully afterwards. I, like Latifa, am excited about learning a lot more about AI this year, but where do I go? Who do I ask? Do I put it in ChatGPT?
Well, the one thing that I think is good is that most of the companies that are making those tools available are doing an unbelievable quantity of free seminars for anybody that wants it. Well, I'll tell you what, I'll give you the answer to that. Any final comment from you?
Let's open a WhatsApp group.
All right, open a WhatsApp group. If you're interested in continuing this conversation, actually, we are going to be holding, Jen, of course, is a partner of this event and very happy to host this discussion. We are continuing at our global meeting, the Global Entrepreneurship Congress, which 3 years ago was held in this building. We will be holding it in Indianapolis in the United States. We will be having a lot of examples on display of how people are applying AI to these problems. But we're going to assemble universities and ask them how are they rethinking this very question. So Dominic, you have to come in because we'll give you an intense immersive experience in how to understand how AI can improve or frankly can make your life worse if you're not careful. But no, we greatly appreciate it. Huge congratulations to the human capabilities team. I think I'm very proud to see entrepreneurship thinking at the forefront of understanding what are the human capabilities we need to develop. And delighted to have had the opportunity with each of you to have this conversation. I hope we'll continuing it very soon. Many thanks.
Thank you, Jonathan.